Okay, fam, we've got a lot to talk about.
This photo. I don't give a shit about your questions and your symbol and your books.
Hey, whoa! Ruin it! Come on!
Wait a minute, what about the chromonocle?
What's a chromonocle?
What's it?
It's the chromonocle.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's what I said. The what's it?
You know, the one that finds the map in the cavern of the Lonely Dragon? Ethan says it better than I can.
It's like the cavern of the Lonely Dragon. When the chromonocle was lost in the rainbow sky, she found a cavern where the Lonely Dragon lived. And it was full of stuff that nobody wanted. But for the Lonely Dragon, all the stuff is treasure. And one of the big piles of stuff, there was the map of the rainbow sky. The Lonely Dragon gave it to the chromonocle and then she wasn't lost anymore. So maybe we'll find a map in here.
So let me guess. You're gonna be the guy who figures it all out.
You're goddamn right I am.
But first, I'd like to give a shout out to Reed Price, the actor that plays Tom. He shared a meme that I created on his Instagram and tagged me in it. Real dope stuff. You Can you guys hear me out there? Am I coming in loud and clear? Let me know in the chat if I'm coming in loud and clear. What's going on, everybody? Okay. Can y'all hear me out there? Great, great. Awesome. Yes. Okay, we in here tonight, y'all. We back. It's a little bit too low, Mr. Bojangles. Loud and clear, Sophie L. Okay. We up in here tonight. Real Enigmas and Theories is back again with another live stream. You heard? Okay, let's get it. All right, everybody in the chat. Okay, we looking good. The sound's good. Everything's looking good right now here. We were checking out one of my videos, and this video was about the Lonely Dragon. And there's a lot of controversy about who the Lonely Dragon is. But I think I dispelled all of that controversy with a couple of videos that I did. I want to start talking about, let me bring up something. Give me a second here. I want to bring up tonight's thumbnail. Let me bring up tonight's thumbnail and talk about it a little bit. Okay, so we're going to put this right here. Okay, we see that. Okay, so tonight's thumbnail says that we're doing Flight of the Chromonocle tonight. So Flight of the Chromonocle, we're going to get into this a little bit, and then y'all can start calling in. We can start asking questions and having some dialogue. But I wanted to get into a couple of things tonight first. I see Lone Wolf out there. I see Carrie out there. I see Gardenia Blossoms out there. I see Kay Lee out there. Sophie L. Yes, indeed. Mr. Bojangles. Naughty Girl. Tie-dye. Okay. We got Selena Campbell. Shout out to everybody that's rocking with me tonight. Alexander Harvey. Nisha Rochelle. We have Beverly Jackson and Sterling Green. We got Jiggin. Okay. We got Bitey. Okay. Yes, indeed. Some familiar names out there I've seen in other live streams and also in my comment section. Yes, indeed. We got Horror Fan. Okay. We got Brooklyn in the house. Okay, everybody. So let's get into it. So you see these four people in the thumbnail, and we got Tien Chen, we have Jade, we have Victor, and we have Tabitha. Now, Ethan is also in this thumbnail, and he was a part of the meme that I created with Falcor, him, and Victor, right? But I decided to use this as a piece for the thumbnail today and also the live stream because Ethan is who tells us about the Lonely Dragon and the Chromonacle. And he tells us this inside of the storage room. Okay. And what he says is that the Chromonacle came to the Lonely Dragon, and the Lonely Dragon was trying to keep everything that people did not want, like a storage of the lost and found, so to speak. And in there was a map of the rainbow sky that the Chromonacle was given to the Lonely Dragon gave the Chromonacle the map of the rainbow sky. Okay. So when we analyze the characters, we see that later on, Tabitha finds the bracelet right after Ethan gets done telling that story. And she finds the bracelet inside of the storage room. Now, later on, when she's back at home, she's pondering the bracelet on the table. And when Ethan comes in, he asks her, what is she doing? And she says, I'm just checking out this piece of Lonely Dragon's treasure. So that would make Tien Chen the Lonely Dragon. And it would make Jade the Chromonacle, since Jade received the book from Tien Chen inside of the storage room. However, we have a parallel inside of the show that has Victor and Tabitha. Victor and Tabitha, they both discovered Eloise's drawings, and Victor was reminded that he even had a sister. Dude had a whole sister he forgot about. And so Victor gives Tabitha a picture of the bottle tree that is also a faraway tree. So if Victor is giving her a picture of a way to get out of Fromily, which she did, then that would make him also a Lonely Dragon, which makes sense because he was the one left there from his family. And it would make Tabitha the Chromonacle. It all comes together in the beginning of episode 3 in the first season, when Tabitha literally tells Ethan that there will be 2 Chromonacles in the cave and 2 Chromonacles for you. So she says that there were going to be 2 Chromonacles. There was a debate and a dispute about who the Chromonacle was. A lot of people said that it was Victor. Some people said it was Victor. You know, some people said that Boyd. I've heard even people say that it was Boyd. But what I'm noticing is that Tabitha says in episode 3 that there will be 2 Chromonacles. I'm going to try to find the clip while we're talking and while we're getting into it. When someone calls in, I'll find a lot of clips that I want to point out, just basically from what I'm saying right now. But what are you guys' thoughts on the Chromonacle and the relevance to the story. Is the Chromonacle going to be the way home? Because we already have one Chromonacle that's out. That would be Tabitha. So what about Jade? Do you think that Jade is going to find something or figure something out with the actual knowledge that he has now of what the symbol actually is? Do you think Jade's wheels are turning like it was when he discovered the whole electricity factor? What is going to happen of that? Let me read the comments, some of the comments here. Someone says, Lone Wolf says, Kenny's mama has all the treasure. For sure. Yes, she has all kinds of stuff in there. If you pause your screen while you look at a lot of different shots that take place inside the storage room, there are definitely some interesting artifacts within that storage room. If you take a look around, you can find a lot of different things. There's games in there. There's a pair of Native American snowshoes in there, which is definitely relevant to the fact that someone was here with snowshoes. The Inuit, Native American tribe, the Inuit, are very popular for making the snowshoes, and they have specific styles that are made only by the Inuit. So there's a lot of good stuff that we see in there. I think that Jade will definitely figure out. This is what I think. This is a prediction for season 3. I don't even know if it'll happen in season 3, but we'll probably see Jade working on it. I think that Jade is going to either figure out how people are being brought here through the roots, or figure out when people are going to come based on what the root clock, so to speak, is actually pointing at. So yeah, that's my thoughts for the Chromonacle, Jade and Tabitha, the Chromonacles, I should say, and the Lonely Dragons. So I see a lot of people out there theorizing that Tien Chen might be she might die. They might kill her character off. I don't think so. I actually don't think so. I think that Kenny would die before her. I hate to say it, but Kenny's just a character. He's an important character that we all care about, and we're all rooting for him. You know, we were rooting for him with him and Christy, and then her girl came through, and we were rooting for his character. However, we have to get a good death. We have to get an important death, and I think it might be within the first 2 episodes, and I think we might lose Kenny, y'all. So those are my thoughts on that one. I could see it being Fatima that we lose. I don't think so yet, because there's a lot to play out with the pregnancy and things that could possibly happen. And like I said before, I don't think she's the one being tortured in the barn with Boyd. I've seen some interesting theories about that, and I'm starting to bend that way actually, as far as the barn with Boyd. I think that maybe that might be a dream sequence. It could be. There are a lot of dream sequences that we see, and then that was going to bring me to my next point. But let me read some of these comments in here. Someone says, Jade is smart and persistent. Yes, indeed. Good points. I can see it. Yes, indeed. What year do you think Tabitha's in? That's a good question. I think that she's in the current time. I think that she's in the current time in the hospital. The materials in the hospital didn't look too outdated. I mean, they had computer screens. They had, it was a computer, it was a up-to-date computer system. It seemed like, it didn't seem like it was a date too far in the future, and it didn't look futuristic, and it didn't look old-timey, So I think she's in the current time. I think she's gotten to this place, and these people are going to realize that they have this missing woman at this hospital, and that's going to snowball. There are a couple of theories out there that that she's gonna go to her parents. Her parents have been mentioned several times in the show, and Jim's parents have been mentioned as well. Well, Jim's father has been mentioned. Jim's father was mentioned in the finale. I remember when Fatima was asking Julie, what would she be doing if she was at home, or what would she do when if she was able to get back home? And she would say that she would call her friends and she would call her grandparents. So we know that Jim's father is passed. So when she says grandparents, I'm thinking that she's talking about Tabitha's parents. Tabitha's parents were also brought up in the first episode when Jim was talking about going to visit her parents in his car, in his death trap car. So I think that she might see her parents. That's a good theory. I think that she's going to find Victor's sister. And that's a theory that a lot of people believe. A lot of people agree that she may find Victor's sister. And my man Taryn has a theory that pretty much puts both of those theories together. And the theory is that Eloise is actually Tabitha's mother. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not so sold on that yet, but I'm not mad at it either. I'm definitely anxious to see, whose Victor's sister is and how it relates. I wouldn't be surprised if Victor's sister was actually Iron Abbey, which we know that she's gone now. I wouldn't be surprised if she doubled back and ended up back in From and ended up passing. And there are some other people that are on the outside that Tabitha will possibly connect with that know about the Fromlin and will get her back home. Maybe I definitely think she may come in contact with a shaman, some sort of shaman or a shamanic figure. I definitely think that. So where are we at with these comments? Let's see. Okay, so what year? I think now that Jade has seen the Ankui kids, he could be tasked with getting to the tower just like Tabitha was. That's a very interesting point. Thoughtful discussion. Jim, Jade, Boyd, and Tabitha are the only ones actively pushing things forward. Who's going to make sense of the unfamiliar? That's a good thought right there. Yeah, no one else seems to be pushing everything forward. As a matter of fact, everyone else seems like they wanted to hold back on trying to find a way home. Even Fatima said that she feared going home, that, her and Ellis's relationship only knows Fromlin. They've never been anywhere together. They've never done anything together. I remember Jade was Jade was talking to Tom at the bar before he passed, and Tom was totally against the tower. He was mocking it, calling it the Magic Tower. He was just pretty much okay with living there. Donna, she didn't want to tell anybody that there was an actual voice on the radio. There's a lot about Donna, actually. Donna knew down to the second when the tower was going to come crashing through the window. When it started raining, she told Jim, she said, you need to get that tower off the roof. You got about 10 minutes before it comes crashing in on the window and through our window. And about 10 minutes later, it came crashing through the window. So there's something up with Donna. I'm not saying that she's a bad person. I'm not saying that she's bad, but I'm saying she's definitely involved somehow. She knows a lot. Let's get back to some of the comments. Or maybe it was concerted effort. Okay. Same thing that happened to Christopher may happen to Jade. That's true. That could definitely happen. Jade might be a little more headstrong and knowledgeable than Christopher was, though. It doesn't look like, I don't see Jade flipping. I don't see Jade flipping. I think he's genuinely trying to find a way for everyone to get home. Someone says, I think Donna will lose. I think it will lose Donna. I think that we'll lose Donna, being that she already picked her successor. I think Kenny has to go through a dark phase just from his plot so far. That makes sense. A lot of people talking about Kenny Breaking Bad. A lot of people think that his mother's gonna go first, and then that's gonna push him over the edge. That would make sense. I don't know. They definitely pegged Tien Chen as the Lonely Dragon. So I mean, and they didn't give us a definite for Victor being the Lonely Dragon. However, they definitely gave us a definite as Tien Chen being the Lonely Dragon. So I don't know if there's more for her character to do or not. I don't know. I'm twixt in between on that one. Let's see. The doctor was very suspicious. She really wanted to know what Tabby was doing out there. It was like a trail area. She didn't even ask her of her name, but where Tabitha is, it's gonna be good. I think she's out. I think she's out. The doctor was suspicious. However, I mean, we didn't get much dialogue from them. She didn't say too much. She didn't say really anything out of the ordinary than what a doctor or orderly would have came in and said. I feel like season 3 scene of Boyd in the barn is a dream sequence also. It makes the most sense. True indeed. Okay, we have people that think she's going to connect with Eloise as well. Oh, okay. I guess you're right. I guess we have to see who goes first, mom or son. I think it's going to be Kenny. Kenny would be a gut-wrenching death. However, Kenny's not a death that's going to make you stop watching the show. Tien Chen, she wouldn't be a death that would make you stop watching the show either. But like I said, the Lonely Dragon factor. And if you're familiar with, and if I got any anime nerds out here that are familiar with Dragon Ball, Tien Chen is actually a character in Dragon Ball. So I thought that was interesting. I brought that up in one of my videos as well. Okay, someone said that they could see where Taryn was going with that. Yes, indeed. It does make sense. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that theory at all. That would actually make it very interesting if Eloise was Tabitha's mother. I don't know. That would because then Tabitha would go back knowing that Victor is her uncle. That would be pretty cool. It would also explain how Victor has taken a liking to Tabitha, Ethan, and Julie. And he took a liking to Julie first, and he actually sent Tabitha back with a picture of Julie. So there's a connection there. That would be cool. That would make Victor like the big uncle. That would be dope. Okay, let's see. A scene with Tabitha and her mother, and it comes to light that her mother is Eloise. Yes, that would be dope. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Jiggins says that, honestly, I haven't watched the series yet. I'm here for the interesting company. Indeed. What series did you watch? What brought you to the channel? Let me know. Was it The Changeling, or you just catch me going live? That's dope, and we glad to have you here. How about check the show out? I guarantee you watch the first 10 minutes, you're going to be in there. Okay, horror fan. Who do you think other than Boyd is definitely good? I would say Ethan. I wouldn't even say Victor because we don't know. Like Victor, I mean, Victor's not a good dude. I'm going to tell you why Victor's not a good dude. But we talked about this the last stream, I believe. But Victor's not pretty good because he's just like keeping information. But at the same time, in his defense, there are two scenarios. Like, what if something's happening to him, like Donna giving him them peaches, that's making him forget a lot of things. And then also, um, he might be traumatized by giving people information, because after he starts spilling the beans, people start dying, because he starts spilling the beans, telling them information that may or may not work or help someone. And then they start trying to investigate or mess around with this place, and the place starts pushing back. People die. I mean, a lot of things could keep Victor from talking. So I'd say Ethan is the one that we know is definitely good. Let's see. Okay. Beverly Jackson makes a good point. She says Tien Chen isn't truly lonely with Kenny still there. I think Kenny's got to go. Yes, indeed. Like I said, her being the lonely dragon, maybe Kenny has to go in order to make her truly lonely. We have seen her mourning the passing of her husband. However, she's not truly lonely, and she's got another adopted son in Jade, pretty much. So, yeah, I mean, she is the lonely dragon. This is something that's pretty much been confirmed. She's the lonely dragon because she's got the place that had the lonely dragon's treasure in it, and she also is the person who gave Jade the book, which may very well end up being some sort of map. And we've talked about this before as well. Let's look. Somebody said Rick Carey used to run off the bus to go watch Dragon Ball Z, huh? Okay. Then you know about Tien Chen. And so why would they? I just thought that was strange that, she was named after a Dragon Ball character. I mean, it just jumped right out to me. Okay. And Kenny did say that she cries every day. You're right about that. Kenny said that she cries every day. And so, yeah, she is that lonely dragon. And the connection to the bracelet is very, very dope. I was talking to Taryn about a connection that we were talking about, actually, and I'm not gonna spoil that. I'm gonna let him drop that because that was mostly his work and effort. But we were both talking about it, and I'm gonna let him rock with that and tell y'all what he thinks that is. I can't wait. He's gonna be dropping a YouTube page soon. So when he drops that, as a matter of fact, y'all could look up Taryn Matheru right now, and you can find his page. He's already got a page. Go subscribe to him and, get ready for when he starts dropping his slideshows. He's going to have a series of them that drop before the season starts. So it will definitely be like a field guide into his theory and like an updated version of it if you aren't already familiar with it. Let's see here. Do you think there's any chance that Victor was unconscious during some of the years before the show? That is a very good question because Victor has been there for at least 40 years. And so what in the world was he doing and what was he eating? There's so many questions that surround Victor. How did he move all the cars to that graveyard? How did he move all of the bodies? Okay. I was talking to Tony Teflon just yesterday, as a matter of fact. We were on the phone talking about Victor, and he said that Victor is how the bracelet got back to the storage room. And he said it quick, and he jumped to another point, and I started talking about that other point. But I want to say something about that. I don't think that Victor would get his mom's bracelet and put it in the storage room because he was ready to kick Jade's ass about that violin. So I can't see him actually taking something that belongs to his mom and putting it in that storage room. You know, the real question is, how did he move all the dead bodies? You know, he did dig those graves like he'd been digging graves since he was 10 years old. I mean, when he was digging those graves out there, he knocked out 6 or 7 of them shits in a very short amount of time. So I don't know. What has he been doing? How did he get the cars over there? How did he locate all of the keys? How did he drive all those cars over there? How did he know to go over there? It's just so many questions wrapped around that car graveyard. And he also revealed that there was another car graveyard there before he started bringing those cars there. So if we will notice, a lot of things repeat and are repetitive on From. So like situations and events, they reoccur. Not only within this timeline, but I think throughout the entire time that this place has existed. Hold on, let's look at some more of these comments. Okay. But yeah, that was a real good question about him being unconscious. Okay, so you started off watching my channel with the Changeling. That's dope. Okay. So I want to, everybody, y'all know we watch From over here. So when you start watching From, you definitely gonna enjoy these lives a lot more. You should go check out some of my videos. I break down a lot of stuff from my point of view. I came into this last year, so I'm new to the YouTube, this particular YouTube space, but my theories are different than a lot of people's that I see out there. I don't see everybody has different theories and they're good. I mean, Tony Teflon is the alien theory, the fourth dimensional people theory. That's his theory. Mine is more of the American history, Native American, multiple deities. That's my theory. And Taryn, he has a theory that is very similar to mine. However, he mixes tarot in with it and a lot of other things. And he's actually taking it outside of the United States now. And he's, pretty much proposing the idea that Tabitha may be going on a quest. So, of her own out in the real world, possibly to other lands. So I don't think that they're gonna go there. But it would definitely be interesting from the perspective that he's dropped on me, So yeah, okay, yeah. So I'm glad you enjoyed the channel. Checking out the Changeling. The Changeling is very similar to From. There are a lot of shows that are coming out with these mystery box horror type vibes, and I love it. Okay. I'm going to read the rest of these comments, and then I'm going to get to my point that I wanted to make this evening. I talked about it a little bit, but I want to dive into a little bit more tonight. Okay. Bad things happen to people that look for answers. Victor. Okay, yes, Bitey. You're right. Victor did say that. And he definitely told Ethan that he wanted Ethan to kind of stay away from him a little bit because he's used to his friends getting killed. Now, I'm wondering what friends was he talking about? Okay. All right. What if Kenny inherits Tian's diner and the lost things? He would become the Lonely Dragon. That's definitely possible, especially if his mom passes. I don't see Kenny going from deputy to master chef, whipping up pancakes. But I mean, I guess that succession would be in place since that was his mom's diner, I guess. Or they'll probably look for somebody else that can cook. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be some more people there that can cook. I mean, Tilly's an old head. She could probably cook, but she didn't even know how to knit. Elgin was teaching her how to knit. So you know, I don't think the monsters classify as science fiction. So I just feel like if you've been watching this show and you're a science fiction fan, the show is not there for science fiction. It just doesn't fit in the mix. Now, if you've been watching for some, you know, esoteric, magical things to happen, like creatures that can morph and change their appearance right before your eyes, that have to wait until it was dark to come out, that's monsters. If you've been looking for some magic, you've got the talismans, you've got the ghosts with the boy in white and the ghost dogs. So I don't know. Like, it's not giving any kind of science fiction vibes. So I don't see From going in that direction. Uh-oh. Okay. Am I back yet? Let me see something. Let me check if I can try to deal with my latency a little bit and see if that is an issue. Uh, I really don't want to mess with that. Okay. Stream health. Okay, so everybody's experiencing a little bit of clunky activity here. Good. Okay, let's go. Okay, so like I was saying, From has not scratched your uh From has not scratched your sci-fi itch, if you were to ask me. If I was here trying to watch some science fiction, I haven't gotten it in 2 seasons. If I was here trying to watch uh yeah, I won't mess with it. If I was here trying to watch some science fiction, I would be totally disappointed in what I've gotten so far. Um I haven't really gotten anything about aliens. I haven't really gotten anything about any kind of government. We haven't seen anything. I guess you could say the voice on the radio, but what makes that government? That could just be the monster screwing with these guys. So we haven't gotten anything that really screams science fiction. And I would call that strange for 2 seasons to go past and them not to really give you anything that would satisfy your thirst for science fiction. I've got my satisfaction of horror. I like the magical Native American tropes that they have in the show. But like I said, the science fiction is just non-existent. If they were to reroute and take it to a science fiction vibe this late in the game, I think it would be kind of corny. And I also think that it would be real lazy, because how many angles can you go when we're talking science fiction with the ground that they've already laid? Like, how many angles would be possible here? The government conspiracy angle would be corny. The aliens angle would be corny. Like, the payoff for this has got to be real big at this point. You gave us a cliffhanger where a woman was pushed out of a lighthouse tower and then she woke up in a hospital. So if you don't do it now in season 3, it's not going to get done. And I think that we'll be on the train of existence with the Native American and the events in American history. Now, I wouldn't be mad if they showed that this has to do with some sort of religious sects in different areas, and the government is trying to let's see, study this kind of magic, and they've created this place or whatever so that they can study the magic and how people would react to it, or the different methods that the people would create to protect themselves. But it just seems to me that somebody put those talismans in the woods. And when you look at where the talismans were found, it definitely is a Native American stone mound. So, like, just the tropes are too deep and baked into the story for it not to be what I think it is. Like I said, I'm not mad at anybody else's theory, but it's just too baked in. Let me read some of these. Let me read some of these here. Most of these are telling me that I'm back and y'all can hear me. Okay, it was buffering as soon as you got on. Okay, how you doing out there, Miriam Smith? We got Courtney Austin out there. That's pretty dope. Who else we got out there? This is where it's at. Okay. Okay. Good to have y'all. I'm fortunate to have y'all here with me this evening. We gonna rock out for a little while and you know, talk about the show we all love. Now, let me see here. I have a call-in number. I'm gonna drop the call-in number out here so that y'all can hop on. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, the number's up there already. Y'all got the number? Call in. Let me hear what y'all got to say. How many people we got out here with us tonight? Y'all there with me? Okay. I see y'all out there. Okay, we got 37 people in the house tonight. Oh, we got more than that actually? Okay. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's get some calls. I'll take some calls. I'll keep going. You know what I'm saying? But I definitely want to hear something of what you got to say. Let's make the stream a little bit more interesting. Get some new voices up here with me. Pretty soon I'll be able to do the links where y'all can come up here with me and we can discuss the show. But I'm learning. I learned all of this in a couple of hours trying to get the live stream to just appear to look better a little bit. But hold on, let me see here. What am I doing with this? Okay, yeah, this is a little better. We could all see the chat better here. But yeah, let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let me know some of your thoughts. What do you want? You have any questions? Have you guys been listening to my videos? Are you well versed in my theory? Do you have any questions? Do you have any pushback? I definitely want to hear from somebody that has pushback from a lot of from my theories. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is where it's at. Okay, does teleportation count as sci-fi? Yes and no. Yes and no. Teleportation devices, I would think. Teleportation devices. But Harry Potter when they went to school and they had to walk through literally walk through the wall to get on the train or whatever that took them to Hogwarts. Was that science fiction? I wouldn't think so. That's magic. So, teleportation, that's a good one. In order to label that as science fiction, we have to speculate that the faraway trees are teleportation devices, that someone created them and made them. Now, if someone had to create them or something had to create them, however, to me, they seem more like enchanted trees, like someone cast a spell or something like that. So that would rule out science fiction for me. Because like I said, in order to get to Hogwarts, Harry Potter and them was running through the bus station or the train station wall. I forget exactly what it was. I'm not like a big Harry Potter fan, but I do remember that aspect. So if that answers your question, this is where it's at. Okay. Chat might be a little shy. Yeah, it's 37 people up in here. Y'all a little shy tonight. How many likes I got? Get them likes up. We got 37 people in here. Let's get these likes up so that the stream can go out to more people and we can get more people in here. We can get some that are not afraid to hit that line and call me and call in and have a discussion. I would love to get some pushback. I would love to discuss someone else's theories. Let me know what's going on. We need someone to find you ideas, a hidden earpiece. Not sure what you meant there, Mr. Bojangles. You got me lost. Okay. Puerto Rican. Okay, we got the Puerto Rican in here. And he or she says, magic is cheap and a cheesy explanation. Okay. Okay. I think that magic would be a more interesting explanation. And like I said, it's all about what you like. If you like sci-fi, I just feel like sci-fi has not been shown too much in this show, or not confirmed at least. It's for the sci-fi people. Do we have any sci-fi people here? And if so, drop me some thoughts on things that you've seen in this show that make you say sci-fi. What has pretty much nailed it in the coffin for you on sci-fi? I'm sold on ancient magic and historical events and also family ties. I'm stuck on blood magic because we see a lot of blood. We see roots. Roots are where you are from. Oh, thank you very much, Carrie. That's dope. That's dope. Okay, so no, I'm definitely not taking it as hate. I love this kind of pushback because just because I say something doesn't make it true, but that goes both ways. I mean, you got to give me something that you see that is scientific in nature in this show. I don't see it. I'm not trying to, me personally, with my theory, I wasn't trying to set out to make this show about what I'm theorizing. I'm just simply saying what I see. And I feel like I have a lot of facts that can back mines up, but I haven't really seen anything that sells the science fiction angle to this show. So if you guys see it out there, drop it to me. Let me know. Let me see what else. I just love sci-fi and dystopian mystery, not magic so much. Okay. Well, I feel like if you don't like magic, what have you been seeing and from that's keeping you glued to it? Like, so what have you been seeing and from that's keeping you thinking that it's science fiction? Okay. Yes, indeed. This is where it's at. Says, I think it may have something to do with the people's bloodlines or the things they did prior to ending up in that place. Purgatory sounds like a reasonable explanation. Now, purgatory does sound reasonable. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, because this place is like hell. I mean, yeah. So purgatory definitely fits. However, I just think purgatory would just be too cheesy and easy. And from what I understand, I didn't watch Lost. However, from what my understanding is that Lost was purgatory and people were pissed off about it. So I don't think that the creators of Lost would turn back around with From and try to do the same thing again. I don't think they would do that. So purgatory, I think purgatory might be out of it. Purgatory might be out of the okay. So what we got? Yeah, it's a mystery horror show. It's a mystery horror show that definitely is supernatural in nature. I mean, the boy in white, that's supernatural. The slow walkers, they seem to be supernatural. Just being in this place and we don't see like any devices or any machines that were used to get them there. We don't see any of those things. I'm thinking magic, supernatural stuff. Oh, he said, damn, guess you got me there. Besides Jade's mysterious software, there's nothing that points to sci-fi yet. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jade's software, okay, so I did say that Jade may have blood on his hands, but I tie his software to the slave mining of cobalt that still goes on to this day. I mean, I know we had slavery during American history, and it was a very ugly part of our history. However, there are more slaves today than there were ever slaves. It's not even close. There are more slaves right here on earth today. So, like, yeah, Jay definitely has blood on his hands if he was in the tech industry and just sold a company that was worth billions. I mean, well, I don't know how much it was worth. He said it was for an obscene amount of money. So I'm thinking billions or hundreds of millions, but I really think billions. So he's probably like a tech billionaire that had his hand in the mining of cobalt in Africa. And I think that's my thing. And also him possibly being tied to Napoleon III. So Napoleon III pretty much supported the Confederacy because he wanted the cotton famine to end, because France got hit the hardest with the cotton famine during the Civil War. So he secretly um supported the Confederates' efforts to become a state of their own so that they can continue the cotton production through slavery. And so that could be his whole situation. Um, Another thing I wanted to talk about, um, everyone that is in Frumlin that we know of has gotten there by way of traveling somewhere in the contiguous United States. We don't see anybody. Now, however, I said that bloodlines and associations can get you into this place. Someone posed a very good question about um, Kenny's family and Fatima, who are both not from America. And so how could their bloodlines or associations have led them here. I have a really good answer for Fatima. I'm not quite there with Kenny. However, Asians actually, Chinese, Japanese actually fought in the Civil War. There were, as a matter of fact, the terminology Siamese twins actually comes from two brothers from Siam who were Confederate soldiers. Well, their sons. They had a son who went in their place to be in the Civil War. The people who actually coined the term Siamese twins. So there is a connection to Asian people in the Civil War. Now, when we're talking about Fatima and how would she get there, well, Boyd was in the Gulf War and he had several tours in Iraq. And the destruction that was left behind in Iraq, a lot of that conflict bled into Iran. And Fatima, she's from Iran. And I remember her saying about how her father was killed because he was an outspoken cleric. Now, the conflict in Iraq led to several conflicts between the statesmen and the clerics in Iran. And that's most likely how her father got killed, which in turn made her move to America after the father getting killed. They had to move, and that's how she got to America. And Boyd is definitely tied to that whole situation. Not only that, there are other things that tie that situation, like the Brian and Kelly situation ties that together as well. The Brian Kelly situation is where Boyd bear witness to Corporal Brian Kelly passing away. Okay, so what they did to Brian Kelly that came on the bus that reminded Boyd of Corporal Brian Kelly, they tortured Brian and made Kelly watch, which is very similar to what we see in the trailer done with Boyd. But even deeper than that, Fatima said that she feels like this place is torturing her. She told that to Donna once she realized that she had became pregnant. Another thing was when Fatima really started to break and her hormones started getting the best of her, she started, quote unquote, losing herself. As Ellis said, she was flipping the bird and snapping out on the cowboy. That was the very first time we saw the cowboy, was when Fatima was cursing him out and she had the middle fingers and bars for him. That was at Boyd's place, which is the post office. And so I've talked about all of these things and how those connections kind of like click together like that. Like, you know, they leave breadcrumbs in from. The showrunner said that none of that stuff is arbitrary. Everything means something. Everything, to the flower pots to the actual characters. So we are definitely seeing something that seems to be supernatural in nature. Like, now, don't get me wrong, there could be like an overhand that's overseeing everything. But like, how does Brian Kelly have a connection to Boyd? Bacta's grandmother knew the nursery rhyme. Elgin was dreaming of this place. Christy's girlfriend comes on the bus as well. And as I said before, I think Tilly is the grandmother of young Megan, who we saw get killed. And I think we'll learn that the Pratts were one of the Pratts was her child. I think we will see that in season 3. That's a good one right there that leads me into this. What do you think about Colony House and its healing properties for the residents? Because we haven't seen anyone else heal outside of, even Boyd's hand didn't heal. When he cut his hand didn't heal. It took a while for his hand to heal. Jim ever since he been limping around and, you know, holding his legs ever since he's got up from under that house and they got him from under all that wood. So he's been limping around ever since. So yeah, I mean, I think that Colony House is actually what is healing these people. I say that because I brought that up because I talked about Tilly, and Tilly is now at Colony House. We know Tilly has a terminal illness. I would love to see if Colony House has healed her of her terminal illness, and we'll find that out too, I believe. Let me go back up and check out some of the comments here. Oh, y'all going in. Okay. All right. Kaylee says, I like the Teflon 4-dimension theory. Okay. I do too. I do too. The 4-dimension theory is dope. It actually explains a lot. It explains a lot. However, it doesn't, it fails to explain a lot too. Like it would just be totally speculation. But I like it. It's a theory. But I need some theories that are actually based on something that we can look at, point to. I want some real pushback. Let me hear something. Okay. Okay, so Naughty Girl Tie-Dye says, if there is time travel, it has a sci-fi element to it. But you feel that the seeming time travel elements are dreams, so not sci-fi. Yeah, I feel you on that. It could be, like that's definitely a sci-fi thing there. But again, I would have to say time travel device in order to link it to science fiction. I mean, just like Harry Potter and them had, we could talk about Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange had the green stone that he could time travel. He could even manipulate time with that stone. And so we that wasn't science fiction. However, in that very same universe, you do have science fiction that has to do with time travel, like when you're talking about X-Men, the Future Past movie. What was it called? X-Men of Future Past or something like that. They use some sort of time travel there as well. I think that they use the mutants' power for that. I think that they use the mutants' power for that. Now, I guess that would be science fiction there. So, however, Doctor Strange is in that same universe, and he was doing time travel without science fiction. It was magic. So I think magic and science fiction can look the same. And as a lot of people say that things that are magical, some people say that it's really science that people can't explain or don't understand yet, in which that could be the case. However, we still haven't seen like the actual device or the mechanism. What we do know is what? The torch. The torch is the conduit. Now, since we're talking about that, we definitely have to talk about the dream sequences. These are dreams. Martin was a dream, y'all. Martin was a dream. Boyd traveled back because he had that note from that bottle in his pocket. Ever since Boyd took the note down from the tree, what did we see happen? The first thing that happened, obviously, was something dragged him through the woods. But right after that, he began to hallucinate. Boyd, and this was before he got bit by the spiders, Boyd began to hallucinate. He saw Abby in the spider webs stuck to the tree. Okay, so he was hallucinating. She wasn't there for real. We know she wasn't there, right? So that was a hallucination. Then he got bitten by the spiders. He still had that paper in his pocket, and took him to where, in a dream state, to where Martin was. You can even tell that Boyd was waking up out of his dream. As a matter of fact, every one of them have been in a dream state at some point or not. Ethan was in a dream state after the after the seizure. He went into a dream state. How do we know? Because he gasped for air when he woke up. The same way Sarah did when she was in the tent with Boyd. She gasped for air. Like, and she even talks about her dream state. She said in that dream, it was a different voice. It was a woman's voice. And the woman said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves that I was wrong." Right? So she was in some sort of dream state when that happened. The three, Mari, what's his name? Mari, the guy that bust Donna upside the head, Randall, and Julie. They were all in dream states. They all woke up the same way. They gasped for air. These were dreams. These were not real. Someone was talking about, I think it was Tony. He was talking about how Julie and them were in the same place as Martin was. True indeed, that's true. However, Julie and them weren't able to speak. Julie and them weren't talking. Julie, they were all screaming. They were not in the same state as Martin was. And plus, their body was somewhere else. We had Martin come into physical contact with Boyd, cut him, injure him, and do a blood brother ritual with him. And someone saying, well, if that was real and the worms were real, then the blood brother ritual was real. It couldn't have been a dream. Yes, it could have been a dream. First of all, we see every single time before Boyd was cut by Martin, he saw the music box. So it was a dream. Then even Elgin, when he had his dream where that monster was pushing him in the bathtub, he woke up and was spitting up water. So he brought water back from his dream. Kenny had his dream where the cicada jumped out the pot and burnt him on his arm. He came back with the burn mark. So you're able to be injured and bring things back. Just like Boyd brought the torch back from his dream, Elgin brought the water back from his dream. When he wakes up in his bed throwing up water, but he was having a dream about someone drowning him in the tub. So yeah, it just says dream to me. And so it kind of knocks out the whole sci-fi aspect. Unless, like we say, for whatever reason in the third season, they start revealing the sci-fi aspects of it, which would be kind of corny because, like, if you came watching sci-fi, it means you had to sit through 2 whole seasons without them showing any kind of sci-fi, right? Or I guess these things you can look at as sci-fi clues. Let me get back to some more of these comments here. We rolling. Okay. Okay. Somebody said Lost was not Purgatory. Then what was it? I thought they were all dead. I don't know. I didn't watch Lost. I'm not going to sit here and stunt. I was doing all kind of other things when, like, around that time. I'm going to tell you, a lot of people trip off of this one. I didn't even watch The Wire. I didn't watch The Wire or Lost. Those are 2 shows that everybody tells me I should go watch. I don't think. Okay, so somebody said it definitely was not Purgatory. So what was it then? What was Lost about? Like, did they make it home? Like, what happened? Okay, Theo C. Jr., what's up with you? Glad you checking in for the second live. This is the first one. They're just going to get better and better. I'm learning how to do these lives. I want to start bringing people up here with me. I know me and Taryn are going to go live soon. You know, he's out doing some exploring right now, checking out. He's actually doing some from research. So yeah, he's definitely getting into the from research. He's traveling for it. So that's what's up. Let me see. Tabitha ended up in the hands of the doctor. That's science. Okay. That's science. Subconscious and create synchronicity, drawing people into from the real world or manifesting monsters. Okay. Carrie says certain spider venoms can make you wary and lose eyesight, like Boyd. But people are tracing that to Martin, which I don't think was real. So it had to be the spider in his blood that killed Smiley. I think that the cicadas killed Smiley. I do believe that the cicadas got him. However, I think the spider venom may have cured Boyd's Parkinson's disease. So I'll go for that. I'll go for the spider bites. Definitely did have some effect on Boyd, and they helped him. I believe it helped him because after that, that's when he started getting weary and he couldn't even walk. Boyd touched Julie. When did Boyd touch Julie? I think that's true. Yeah, he did touch Julie. He touched Julie outside after Paula when Reggie ran outside hollering like that. I remember something like that. I think that it's possible that the entity caused Boyd to hallucinate. It could be that hallucination also a dream of sorts. Yes, I think whatever he let out of the bottle is what made him hallucinate because the hallucination started right after the bottle. The first hallucination was his wife on the tree. The second hallucination for sure was Ellis under him in that well. The other hallucination was Martin and everything that happened. The music box was a hallucination. The ballerina was a hallucination. Even the cicadas seemed to be some sort of hallucination because no one else saw them except for the people that were affected by them. Let's not forget that Mari saw the ballerina box as well, the music box. Kenny saw the music box as well. So yes, the dream in the music box is synonymous with the dream state. And in order for Boyd to get to that music box, he had to do what? Light that torch and enter into that dream state. Yo, we got Dr. Deb in here. Yes, indeed. Peace and wellness. Okay, let's see who else we got in here. What other ones? Okay. She was responding to Robert Sanders. Carrie, do you mean Clara is the mole in Colony House? Okay. That y'all having a little discussion there. Hey, yeah, Dr. Deb's up in here this time. Okay. Carrie, I like some of the gangster shows. They're okay. I couldn't watch Empire. I didn't really like that too much. I liked Power. I liked Snowfall. Snowfall was pretty dope. I don't think I liked the way they ended it too much with the character Franklin. It just after the third season, it kind of started falling off a little bit, and like every character just started doing some why the fuck would you do that kind of stuff. So, Snowfall was okay. I watch different stuff. My palette is eclectic, so to speak. I can listen to a lot of different musics and watch a lot of different programming as well. Let's see here. Yo, I would love to see the Smiley backstory. Sad enough to say though, I think that Smiley started off as one of those mangy kids, the soiled children. I think that's where they come from. I think the slow walkers come from the children. I think that's what I said as soon as I saw him go there. The reason why I thought that was because Martin had he was a Civil War soldier. He could have been a Civil War soldier. And the date on the bottle, what was it? I believe it was 1864. Um, that is one of the dates that is on the tower in Tabitha's dream. So yeah, we're connecting that. There are a lot of connections with each of these characters. The messed up part about these characters is they don't talk to one another. If they talk to one another, I think they'd actually get somewhere. And I hope we start seeing that in season 3. I do kind of think that Ethan will get some sort of messages. He'll learn something, and no one will even want to listen to the kid. That's what I think is going to happen. I do think Jim is related to the architects of the tower, and that's why we see him creating the tower or drawing the blueprint for the tower in season 1. So I think that he has something to do with the tower. What's crazy is that Boyd and Sarah see the tower. They get back to town and tell nobody that they saw a big lighthouse, especially at a time where we got Victor actually talking. You know what I'm saying? Okay. What happened? Oh, wow. Y'all couldn't hear me? Oh, nah, Carrie, for real. No, that's a good point. We have enough killing and destruction and reality to sit there and watch uh programming about it. And notice that I call it programming. But I'm not affected in the way that a lot of people are affected by watching programming. Like, I'm here to watch it for the esoteric value. Even those shows have the esoteric value. I notice it. It's almost like in Hollywood, you have to put certain things in your stuff. Like, if you notice, there's uh Tony said it one time. Matter of fact, when we was talking yesterday, he said it comes in waves. He said you'll see a show come out and then you'll see 3 or 4 shows very similar talking about some of the same things, using some of the same score music and everything. And he's right about that. There's esoteric value in everything. However, what we see on TV definitely doesn't match up to the harsh realities of what we witness in the streets. I've seen it, so it doesn't really bother me in that sense. I don't take it that serious, but I love the storytelling and the writing aspect of things. But yeah, I'm not really too big on. I haven't been watching stuff like that lately. I've been trying to find more cerebral shows. Oh man, y'all didn't hear me for that long? I'm checking this out now. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know all I can tell you is check out some of my videos. I'm kind of like summarizing some of the thoughts and adding different nuances to it. I'm waiting on somebody to come and give me some pushback. I'm waiting on somebody to give me a call, let's get some pushback going. I want to have a real conversation. It was a mistake to kill Smiley Monster. Yes, indeed. Sophie L, you are so right about that. Um, Killing the Smile Monster kind of brought the show down a little bit because he was real interesting. Them not able to secure the Jasmine monster, she was interesting as well. Uh, she had, about the same amount of lines as he did. I think it's very interesting. Some people are saying that the monsters are evolving. Definitely don't think the monsters are evolving. Um, why would we see that? Because we see them talking to Boyd. We saw the girl talk her way into Colony House and rip the man's tongue clean out his mouth. Then we saw them laughing in the room, and when the girl went in there, they shut the door. Yeah, we see these characters, like even the Smile Monster, Smiles Davis. He walked up to those old people on the bus and would hit them with the hard one-liner. It seems like you picked a bad spot, and then he chewed them on up. So like, yeah, I don't think that the monsters are evolving. They're not changing. Um, and Mrs. T, yeah, I think that the monsters' backstory will have to do with the slow walkers. I think the slow walkers will have to do with the children. Yeah, I think that's what I believe. I believe that has something to do with the children, and I believe they're being turned into those things. And I believe that if the reason why they dress and act the way they act is because they used to watch TV downstairs up under there. There's old TVs in there. There's like memorabilia from older times. You've got the real old ashtrays the old ashtrays. You've got the little tricycle. You've got stuff from that time period down there. And I think that they use that after being turned into what they are. I think that they use that to build their personalities. I think I even seen one one of the monsters I think has displayed being two different ages. The old lady, there's an old lady that had a purse, and there's a young one that's wearing the exact same clothes and looks exactly like her at a younger age. I don't know if anybody saw that, but I'm going to point that out in one of my videos coming up soon. The ventriloquist doll has a story to tell. Yes, those two monsters, I mean, them getting rid of them has definitely done a disservice to the show. However, it seems like they're trying to compensate that with this cowboy monster, and they're showing us that in the very first teaser. So I think that we're going to get some interesting dialogue from some of these monsters other than what we've gotten from what we've heard so far, like Jasmine saying that they weren't meant they didn't choose to be that way. uh it doesn't seem like those ghoulish kids chose to be that way either. You see what I'm saying? Especially when you got them locked up in the caves underground. So, you know, yeah, I don't think that they chose to be that way either. So I think that they are synonymous. Now, y'all can quote me on that. We'll see later, but it would be very strange for it not to be, being that the similarities, like the balding hair, the hair's coming off the kids, like they let a perm sit on there for 3 hours. Then you have the veins are big blue and red veins showing right through the skin. Then when you look at the fingernails look like hold on, let me find that picture of the fingernails and drop it in here. Now, for like predictions for season 3, I I think that we're going to see a carnival. I think that we're going to see other periods in time, and I think that we're going to have other characters time traveling as well, and things happening to them. Like we're going to see other characters having dreams, and we're going to see other characters going into dream states and almost like time traveling or transporting like we saw Boyd. I think that we will do that. What do you guys think about that picture that Ellis posted on his Instagram? If y'all saw that picture, shout me out in the chat. I saw a picture where Ellis seemed like he was in the Wild West with a gun wound in his side. So I'm wondering if that is from or maybe another production that he has something to do with. Yes, the kids do look like they were drained of their blood. Cowboy definitely lacking in the sinister brand. What you mean he's lacking in the sinister brand? I'm going to say something that I said in the last live stream. If you never saw From and you never watched that show and you just happen to catch the trailer, I think the optics to me say white men lynching a black man in a barn. That's what the optics look like, just on their own. So that kind of speaks to some of the stuff that I've been saying in my theory. Hold on, I'm almost to this picture here. Okay. Drop some thoughts in the comments so I can catch up and read. What's the vibe in here like on this Saturday night? What's everybody got going on? I know I know that most people have probably watched From both seasons probably about 4 times in here. Drop in the comments how many times you've watched the entire show. Okay. Oh, you only watched it once? No, that's not my theory that it's an entire dream sequence. No. But they have these creatures have the capabilities of making you slip into some sort of dream state, for sure. This is how they know your name, and this is how they know members in your family and things of that nature. I don't think that the creatures actually have like a whole lot of power, but I do think that there's other elements, um, you know, that drive and have more power than these slow walkers. I think the slow walkers are victims. I think they're victims of some sort of abduction, and they were used in some sort of sacrifice. That's my thought on them. Okay. Now how do I do this? Okay, I got the pictures I wanted. Okay. So let's get this stuff out the way and show you guys this. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Let me get this. Okay. So let's just go here. Uh-oh. All right, so let's put this here. I believe that I see somebody in there that said, I believe Jim is going to blame Victor for Tabitha. I believe that. Okay, so let's pull these pictures up here. Let's look at Smiles Davis's hand right here, y'all. Do y'all see this man's hand? We looking at Smiles Davis' hand right here. Okay, let's bring in the ghoulish kids. This is the ghoulish kid's hand next to Smiles Davis' hand. We could even look at the other hand up here. Look at this. I feel like I kind of rest my case on this one right here. Just with this little bit right here. What y'all think about that? What's your thoughts on these hands? These is the ghoulish kid's hands, and these is Smiles Davis' hands. Now, what's your thoughts on this? Let me go back and read some of these comments, check through these comments. I'm going to let y'all look at that. Think about my theory about the hands. I mean, about the children being the slow walkers. Look at these hands. Are there any other hands in this picture? No, they got them all. But these two here, that's enough for me. Look at that one. Oh, my goodness. Them is some gnarly looking doodle pickers right there, y'all. Okay. Yo, what's up, Peter Griffin? Oh, we over here cracking the code. That's why I need all of you guys in here. I cannot do this by myself. We all have to get in here and crack this code. Yes, I do believe Jim is going to blame Victor for Tabitha. I believe we're going to have some friction between them. However, Tabitha looked Jim right in his face and told him that she was going out there. It was something that she had to do. She did it right in front of Victor, and Tabitha and Victor exited the house while Jim looked right at him. So if he comes back on some bullshit, Victor just need to go ahead. I don't know where he's keeping the gun at. I don't know. Did he put the gun in the lunchbox? Did he should have kept the heat for himself, because he might have to toast Jim. I don't know. Yes, indeed. The hands, you know. Yes. Yes. So I do think the monsters can grow up. I do think the monsters grow up. I think the monsters grow up, and by the time they're fully grown, them shits is all bald head. But as you see, they got them locked up in them caves, playing games and watching TV and shit like that. And so this is where they get their personas from. You got the old milkman vibe. You got the old bus driver, mechanic, diner waitress. You see what I'm saying? You got that whole vibe going on. And they probably got the clothes from people that had been there during that time period. And so that's what happens. Now, I think all of the slow walkers have been created. I think they've all been created. I think all the children have been sacrificed, or whatever that whole ritual is where they got them on the stones. I think that's come and gone. I think that's a done data. However, the spiders have bitten Boyd. And so I think something's going to happen with the spider situation. Okay? Let me see here. Let me go ahead and knock that out. So that's what I think about that situation. That's just my thoughts on that. Let me go in here and do another one real quick. Show you some other pictures that kind of suggest that that's what's happening. Okay, here's one. Here's one. When those roots move out of the way. Okay, so what we see here is we see little Ethan with the spider. When the roots totally move out of the way, does this not look like the circle, the hole where the roots are? This looks like the hole where the roots are. And then the spider comes down and bites the shit out of it. This spider looks gnarly as hell, like the spiders that was on Boyd. I don't know what kind of spiders that was, but I'm telling you, those spiders look gnarly and they look scary as shit. So I think that they're coming out of that hole right there. Let me show you some other proof of it as well. Okay. And we're going to talk about ventriloquism and the ventriloquist dummy as well, because the ventriloquist dummy was down there too. If you got a comment that you want me to see, add me on that joint so I could see it better. Like I have like multiple screens up, so then like at me so that I can respond to you. I'm cooking right now. I gotta get I gotta show y'all these pictures in my case for the spiders biting the children. I mean, hold on. Here's one. Here's one. Oh man, this Smiles Davis autopsy photo is crazy. Now there's some clues in that. Shorty said, "What, you thought that I would be cold to the touch?" Homie was like, "You feel nice and warm." But when Smiley was ripped open, homie was dried in a bag of pretzels. Homie was drier than Ethan's orange marker that he gave Victor. Okay. So what I think happened to Smiley is the worms, or I don't think they were worms. I think they were cicada nymphs. So the nymphs do what nymphs do. What do cicadas do? They go down, they burrow underground, and they suck the juices out of tree roots. Okay? That's what I think happened to Smiles Davis. Now, as he got dried up, the cicadas went somewhere, the nymphs went somewhere in his body, and they lounged there. They went in their little cocoons, and they emerged from his body. They emerged from his body, and they all saw it. They all saw it. So they all saw the cicadas come out. Everybody that seen the body in where they had it. I think it was crazy. Didn't they have the body the same place that Kenny's father died? Like it was somewhere up in there, I believe. I could be mistaken. It could be a room next to it or whatever. But I thought that was wild. But when we look at Smiles Davis, we saw those hands. There's a reason why those hands look like that. There's a reason why the kids' hands look like that too. The reason is because that's what they turn into. That's what they're turning them kids into. That's why they're bald-headed like that. And then when you look at the slow walkers, they're totally bald-headed. We've seen them. They can make themselves look like they got hair. They can appear and they practice on being human. They practice to be human. What's this here? Okay. Look at Shorty. Shorty looks like hot hell. I don't know. Are these spider bites on her arms? Are these spider bites? They're dressed in white. So is the boy in white, but their attire is totally different than his. They have on, this almost looks like a slip for a dress. This doesn't even look like, this looks like underclothes from, you know what I'm saying, from back in the day, like the 16, 17, 1800s. This looks like underclothes that they have on. The boy in white, he got on like a little Easter costume. He got on like a little Easter outfit. Shout out Steve on the East Coast for the $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. Definitely appreciate it. That's, yes, indeed. We're out here, and thank you for the congratulations. This the second one. More to come. I'm just learning, you know what I'm saying? I'll be able to get some guys up here. Y'all can call in right now. I do have the call-in set up. But everybody out there, out of the 37 people that's rocking with us tonight, everybody's kind of shy. Or, you know, somebody may have another live that's going on that everybody's at. I don't know. But yeah, come on out here, give me some pushback. I definitely want some smoke on the slow walkers and the ghoulish children. I want smoke on this. Because if you see, I'm bringing the ill receipts. Okay. We got Iron Abby and Boyd. Yo, this scene was crazy. This whole scene. Especially when they started singing If I Had a Boat while she was going through this serious like mental breakdown, and she started singing If I Had a Boat, and it just seems like he was gonna talk her down. And like we didn't know why Boyd and Ellis were at odds at all. Like if it was your first time watching it, like we didn't know why at all. And then we saw this. This was the episode, I think episode 8 after the thing at Colony House. Man, this episode hit hard. This episode definitely hit. Yeah, look at Boyd's face. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what it is. So this was a hard one to watch, but it was so dope learning what had happened after seeing him slap the bullshit up out of Frank and saying, a man protects his family. Like, he was breaking, like, now we know where that energy was coming from. You see what I'm saying? Like, the writing and storytelling on that, beautiful. Boyd's whole perspective is a really dope story. We're going to get into that as well. But, yeah. Slow walker hands look like ghoulish kid hands. Hands down. This is who the slow walkers are, y'all. You saw it here first. We're going to learn how they make them. That's going to be a messed up story. Like, yo, look at this hair. It looks like the slow walker's head with all the skin and, yo. If y'all don't have no smoke on the slow walkers, okay, here we are. Look at this. This is the slow walker chick. It looked like she got a straight up wig on. Hold on. Look at her. Look at these two together. You see, this is what they're turning into. You see the wild looking veins. Hold up. Wait a minute. What's these legs look like right here? What's the legs look like? Are these the veins? Look at the hands. I think we could reach a consensus on this. That the slow walker, look at her veins. Yeah, I think we can reach a consensus on that. The slow walkers are definitely the ghoulish children. Let me look at some of these comments, see where y'all at with it. Again, shout out to Steve on the super chat. Okay. What if the spider tried to feed on the kids, came into contact with their power, then started feeding on dead people in the graves? Voila, we have monsters. That could be a possibility. Okay. Okay. I see y'all going in there. Y'all definitely sharing some good thoughts here. Okay. Okay, so you guys think that so somebody said that these children look like they were drowned. I don't know. Like when a body's drowned, it gets all bloated up and stuff like that. Like I don't know about that. Okay, so Miss T brings up a good point that possibly the boy in white is someone who got away and the other kids didn't. Now, here we are. The boy in white, he's definitely dead. There's no way that unless he's shape shifting, unless that is not what he looks like, unless he looks like something else. Now, there was something else that I noticed in the opening credits. Okay, hold on. Let me look. There's another picture that I had of the opening credits where the boy in white standing there, but he looks grown up. He looks a little bit older, and his mouth looks like a crow. I know I'm not gonna find that joint because it was from like the first batch of videos that I started doing. So, and that's like hella stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna try. I think. Wait. Here's some more stuff. Hold on. Okay. Uh oh. Okay. So the granny slow walker for sure. The granny slow walker for sure looks like the kids' fingers. Where the kids' fingers again? Oh yeah, Granny slow walker. Them fingers look like toes, baby. Granny slow walker's definitely got the same manicurist as uh the Ankui shorty. And Granny slow walker is terrifying. They kind of look like some sort of bug. Like the slow walkers' mouths and stuff are kind of like, they kind of look like some sort of bug. Here's the thing though, they don't eat either. Because I don't know what they eat. Are they eating? They might be eating something else. But they're not eating those people. They rip the people up. You see the pieces everywhere, but it's always you see the same thing. Unless they're eating the organs, but you see some organs and stuff there too. I mean, like, these things are not eating the people. So what are they doing this for? I think that this is a way that they play. I think that this is something to do with how they play. Let me look at some of these notes that I had took down here. Okay. Oh yeah. So I said that we was going to talk about Donna. Now we got to talk about Donna. Like y'all probably heard some of this before about Colony House and whatnot and what I said about Colony House healing people. However, Donna, in this scene right here, she was doing the most with the gaslighting. This whole time period right here, she was doing the most with the gaslighting. The night before, Ellis got stabbed. This is when she came up after Ellis got stabbed and Ellis came back home from the clinic. Ellis had to get rushed up out the clinic real quick because his dad didn't want everybody from Colony House coming down there to see him and see if he was all right and seeing a dead slow walker. Okay. So Donna goes, now, mind you, while Boyd was killing the slow walker, Donna and the Matthews and Tien Chen was jarring up all the food, preserving the food. They was doing some canning. Now, mind you, she leaves the next day and goes and cooks the dude a full course meal. And when they ask her, yo, didn't you say that like was having a food shortage? And she goes, yeah, it's temporary. It's a slight temporary shortage. Now, my thing is, how does she know that? How does she know that? Donna hasn't been wrong either. Donna hasn't been wrong. Donna said, y'all got 10 minutes before that storm pushes that tower through the window. 10 minutes later, the storm crashes through the window. The tower comes crashing down right through the window. So Donna, when she says something, she knows what she's talking about. She was right. So is she right about this being a temporary food shortage? I think Donna is right about this being a temporary food shortage. I think the food shortage is going to be temporary because mad people are about to die. We're going to get a lot of deaths early in the game, and that's going to help the food shortage because the food won't be short no more. And then, again, Donna's words will prevail once again. Okay, Carrie says, since the monsters only had bile in them, I connect that with spider venom. Monsters liquidate humans inside and slurp them up. And that's why they're so hollow clean. Okay. Okay. I can get with that. Yo, I'm not mad at the spiders at all. Like, I'm not mad at that theory. However, I think that the spiders is what cured Boyd. I think that's what, if Boyd wouldn't have been bit by them spiders, okay, so what happens? Let's look at what happens. Boyd taps on that bottle. Sarah falls down, having a fit, holding her head, ends up going into a seizure, and then she passes out. He puts her in the tent. He puts the tent up, puts her in the tent, hangs the talisman, goes back out there, gets a bottle off the tree, opens it up, finds the note, and goes and sits down in the tent because it starts getting dark. As he's looking at the note, Sarah wakes up, gasping for air. And she says, where are we? He says, don't worry, I'm safe. We're safe here. We're good. And she was like, yo, we shouldn't have came out here. And he's like, why? He's like, because she says, that's what the voices were telling me. He was like, well, I opened up one of those bottles. She's like, what was in it? A note. It said 1864. After he starts talking to her, boom, that's when the spider came. I believe it was came and snatched them through the woods and put them by the spiders to assist Boyd. and to help Boyd. Being that he took that note out of that bottle, he started hallucinating. He let the spirit out of the bottle and he brought it back with him by way of the faraway tree. When when he opened that bottle, they got his ass up out of there and they took him to the spiders. Okay. How's my stream sounding out there? I got a little message here. I don't know. Okay, I'm still here though. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. Okay, good. Okay, so Boyd started seeing things as soon as he took that bottle down. He started seeing his wife. Once he started, after he saw his wife, he got bit by the spiders. Then he went into the faraway tree, which I think that note took him somewhere. I think that depended. I think that determined the destination that he would land at when he went in the faraway tree. Okay. Before Martin did the blood brother ritual, Boyd saw the music box. Okay. So I think that the spiders didn't have anything to do with the music box. I think that whatever took them there so Boyd could get bit by the spiders. Why else would it take them to spider webs? And what else would take someone to spider webs other than a spider? Right? Now, if we look at, okay, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Let's see if I could pull this up for y'all. We're going to take a look at a piece of the show real quick. Okay. So we're talking episode 9-ish. Right? Okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Here's one thing here I want to show. That whole part with the boy in white looking grown up. He didn't look like a little kid. Well, it is kind of hard to draw little kids sometimes. Okay. Give me a second here, y'all. I'm going to get this up. Okay. Let's try to look at it from this way. Okay, so let's take notice to something real quick.
You ever stop to think that maybe they were lying?
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, there we are.
Try me.
Okay. Uh-oh. This right here. Look at these trees and how these trees are down. Like, look at this. These trees look like something just came through and just knocked them over. There are no clean cuts. These are not like, they don't look like dead trees, right? They look like healthy trees where some of the bark has been scratched off of them. Some of them have been stripped. The set designers made this look like this on purpose. Look at this tree back here. This tree back here, it looks like the bark, they came in and they took the bark off. That's not consistent with how bark would come off the tree like that. Look at this one, it's totally bare. These trees, and while Boyd and Sarah are walking through the desert, you see these knocked down trees all over the place, as if something huge is walking through there just knocking trees down. Now, I'm going to tell you, it has to be something huge to be able to pull a tent through the woods and not tear it to shreds and it fall apart while it's being dragged. Also, when it first tugged on the tent, it tugged on the tent in one direction, and then it tugged on the tent in the other direction. And that was to safely get the stakes, the tent stakes out of the ground. And then it slid the tent on down. The tent did get a couple of scratches on it and you could see through it and whatnot. However, if something's dragging you through the woods in a tent, the tent is going to fall apart, right? Unless it's something really big that could probably pick you up by all four corners and just slide you right on through. And that's what it did to him. It didn't hurt him. It didn't kill him. The talisman fell. Remember, the talisman fell in the tent and they were looking for it. Where's the talisman? Oh, and they were looking. It took them a minute to find it. Then they began to see the lights and they heard the foghorn. So whatever took them to the spider nests didn't want to hurt them. And it didn't hurt them. It didn't do anything to them. As a matter of fact, they were able to lay down and go to sleep until the next morning because it shows them waking up the next morning talking about the worms and shit, talking about the worms and whatnot. So, I mean, let's look at it. Oh, okay. Robert Saunders, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Definitely. He says, if Tabby finds Eloise, then Tabby is the Chromonacle on a quest to return to From, and Eloise is the lonely dragon that has the map to the rainbow sky to From. Wow. That would definitely be a parallel. That would definitely be another parallel. And I'm not against any of those because the parallels are definitely everywhere. I mean, I thought that the lonely dragon was Jade and Tien Chen, right? But then I also noticed that the attributes to the lonely dragon could also apply to Victor, and the Chromonacle could apply to Tabitha. Then again, like you're saying, getting back to From, Eloise would be the lonely dragon in that situation, who would have the map to the rainbow sky to get back to From. That would be very interesting. My thing is, if Eloise has the map to get back to From, why hadn't she come back and got Victor yet, or done something? I don't know, because I mean, she was a little girl, and we don't know what happened to Shorty or nothing. We don't know anything yet, but I think that we all may be right. I think that there's a consensus that Eloise made it out, right? And I think we're all right about that. However, we don't know. It's not nothing has been confirmed as of yet, but I definitely believe so. Okay, let me check what's going on. Okay. Indeed, V Love. Thank you. V Love shot something to the Cash App. We prefer the Cash App. YouTube is greedy. You if you send somebody $10, they only give you four of it. Like, that's crazy. It takes 60% of what you're making. So just imagine what they take on the ad revenue and stuff like this. I'm not going front. Like donations is dope and everything. However, I do this because I like doing this and I like having like a community to speak to. I've done this with shows all my life. I've always been like this where I like to prognosticate what shows, what directions shows will go into. And I can definitely say, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I've been right about a lot of shows, even shows that have like books that go to them, and they already have like a predestined or predetermined kind of outcome. I have gotten it right, even if I haven't read the books. You know what I'm saying? What's crazy is when they change the outcome from what happens in the books, I get a lot of those right as well. I can also see when a show is about to fall off. You see what I'm saying? That's where we got the curveball with the changeling. I don't know if the changeling is gonna fall off. Shit, they fell off in the first the first season. Like the first last few episodes they fell off. But I think that they have enough room to really pick it up and make it dope. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they've even been greenlight for a second season. The fact that it hasn't been announced that they've been canceled is actually a good sign when it comes to Apple TV. Because Apple TV will give you a shitty first season and then give you a crazy second season. I think that is becoming the trend of giving like a lackluster first season, and because that's the same thing they did with Outer Range. Like Outer Range's first season could have been way better when you think about it. Like after seeing the second season was amazing. So I can't wait. I hope they do an Outer Range third season. But again, I want to shout out V Love. Thank you for the super chat. It means a lot. I love it. You know what I'm saying? I love doing what I'm doing, and I'm glad I could provide some sort of entertainment for this show, with being that we don't have it right now and that we're on the off season. And we've had a hell of a long off season. Like word up, we should already have been getting season 3 already, like this month. Last year it came out in June. So we would be sitting down watching the third joint right now. Yes, indeed. Oh, dope, dope. Robert Saunders dropped another super chat in there. And he says, according to the set pics of season 3, Tabby appears to have went back in time to 1978 when Eloise escaped from. Wow, okay. If then a young Eloise would not know how to return to From, and it would explain Jim's bracelet. It would explain Jim's bracelet that if you left From, you went through some sort of time loop. But it doesn't explain how Tabitha is the creator of the bracelet. You see what I'm saying? So, in the words of my great friend Taryn, he is calling it a grandfather paradox. It's literally a grandfather bootstrap paradox, which is an actual thing, which is so dope. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, same about Constellation. I mean, Constellation we got the notification about Constellation being canceled. So it's like, okay, Changeling didn't get that yet. So I think they're still good. Hopefully they can bring it back. But yo, that's a great point though, Robert. And I appreciate the super chat once again. Dope, really though, for real. Like the bracelet. Okay, so the bracelet. Let's look at this bracelet. Jim's father gave him some bootlaces. Now, what type of person gives their son bootlaces? Right? And I would say a soldier. So I'm thinking that these bootlaces possibly came from like a soldier or something like that. Like his father was a soldier or his grandfather. The bootlaces could have originally been owned by Jim's grandfather. They were passed down to his father, and he passed them down to his son in a tradition format, right? Okay, so we know that they were passed down to Jim. Then he gives them to Tabitha. And it's like, okay, why would you give your girl some bootlaces that your father gave you? Like, in my opinion, I would probably more likely give them to my son, right? Unless she said, yo, let me get those bootlaces. I'll make you a bracelet out of them. Or unless she was a jewelry maker and she was making bracelets and whatnot, and he said, hey, can you make a bracelet out of these for me? Now, bracelets are originally not forms of jewelry or adornment. Bracelets are originally a form of protection. That's what bracelets were created for. They were protection. They were wrist protection in battle. Like that's what, when you went to battle, you had something to cover your wrist, because a hit to the wrist could be detrimental. You could bleed out, you know. So they were originally like forms of protection, and they were also forms of protection in the metaphysical sense as well. Some thought that they had magic powers, charms and things were placed on them, and they also served as a form of protection in that manner as well. You see what I'm saying? So her creating that for him, being a loved one, being a woman that you have children with or you're courting to, you know, impregnate or whatever, you're building a family with this woman. So I'm thinking that this is a form of protection. Now, Jim getting trapped under that house and that slow walker not getting him up out of there is crazy. And I think that that's due to the bracelet protected Jim, because Jim had the bracelet on ever since he came to the basement and she showed it to him. He's been wearing it. You know, if I'm not mistaken, he was wearing it out there when he was with Jade on the tree. If I'm not mistaken, I could be mistaken on that. Let me see here. Okay, let me read some of the comments and stuff, because I'm over here rambling. Okay. Yes, indeed. Evidence. Well, I don't know if you were in here earlier. The evidence definitely strongly suggests that Tabitha is the Chromonacle. But Tabitha herself said that there will be two Chromonacles. Two Chromonacles in the cave, two Chromonacles for you. And she said that there would be two Chromonacles. Not only that, out of Tabitha's mouth, she called the bracelet Lonely Dragon's treasure. So she got it from the cave of the Lonely Dragon, per the story that Ethan was telling. So out of Tabitha's mouth, she's saying that there are two Chromonacles. She's also saying that the bracelet came from the cavern of the lonely dragon. It is a lonely dragon's treasure. I have both. Hold on, let me see if I could pull that up for us here as well. Let's see. How do I do this? You know what? I have a YouTube video about it, as a matter of fact. I'll pull that up and play a small piece. It's right at the beginning of the video, as a matter of fact. Okay. Yo, I'm enjoying this. I'm having a good time. How y'all doing out there? Am I doing well? Am I doing okay?
Let's give the people what they came for.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Let's get that over there. Okay, this is not it right here. One second. I have the video. I'm going to just play it from my files. Okay, it's lit in the chat. I can't even keep up with it. I'm gonna come back and read some of these, but I want to show these videos to you for sure. Let's get it right. Where are they? Okay. So nobody's gonna call in and give me any kind of pushback. Y'all just want me to go ahead and cook. I mean, I don't mind now. I don't mind, because I will. I enjoy doing this with you all. And so I think I'll just keep it going. Okay. I want to show this clip for anybody. Here it is. I don't know if y'all can hear the video. I have the sound on. I believe I have the sound on. I have it up. Thank you, Dr. Deb. Thank you, Julie Barbara. Yes, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, all of y'all. Yo, I'm loving it here. I'm loving having you here. I want to show this clip for anybody that was doubting my video about Tien Chin being the lonely dragon.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I'm just admiring this piece of lonely dragon's treasure.
It's pretty.
Yes. She said, I'm admiring this piece of lonely dragon's treasure. And this was totally before she this was before she saw, this was before she started digging in the basement for the, what's the name? Tongue tied a second here while I'm trying to do this. This is before she was actually digging in the basement. So she didn't do anything like that yet. And she was barely enchanted yet either. You see, you didn't have the dream or any of that yet. So Tabitha is in the cavern of the lonely dragon. Here we have Miranda's wrist donning Tabitha's jewelry. Okay. Her piece right here is interesting as well. Me and Taryn got into like a back and forth about this on WhatsApp one day. He's got some good information, y'all. Like, I can't wait for his channel. I feel like his theories are just something that I can kind of bounce off back and forth, him and I. a little better than any of the other theories out there. The simulation theory. I mean, we just need a lot of the other theories are speculative. You know, I feel like my grand gulagog theory is on point. I feel like it's undeniable in my opinion. In my opinion, the grand gulagog theory that I have is undeniable. And I'm taking all smoke on any of my theories. Like I'm what all smoke. Hold on, which one?
Real enigmas and
I'm looking for the part where Tabitha says that there's gonna be two Chromonocles in the cave. I know that she said it in episode 3, but I'm not gonna pull the show up. I have it in one of my videos.
From has been
So I'm gonna rock it like that. I'm still here, y'all. I'm just scanning through some videos. I'm gonna come back to the comment section in a little bit. Bear with me.
an MGM. There are a few things that I noticed them up where Mark.
Okay. Oh man, going through some of these videos really brings back some really dope memories of last year and preparing us for the season finale and everything. Like really brought back some dope memories from last year and meeting y'all and engaging with y'all in the comment section and stuff like that. And now here we are this year. Like I'm going live and doing the live stream thing. And as I get better and better, you know, my stuff will change. I'm gonna, you know, show you some, you know, my streams are just gonna get better, you know. Yo, this was one of the funniest jokes I did to me. This is one. I know y'all know I'm a jokester. I like to joke a lot. But this right here was one of the funniest jokes.
Seeing that.
Yo, that right there was one of my favorite jokes. That was one of my funniest jokes to me. Yeah, I didn't even have to say anything. This is just hilarious. If you're a 90s kid, if you grew up in the 90s and you watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, even if you streamed it and you watch it, you know that Uncle Phil throwing jazz out the out the door like that is hilarious every time. But this one right here is one of the funniest jokes. Like, bro, Uncle Phil, that dude, real quick. Okay, we talked about this. I think it's in this video here. Oh, yeah, it is. No, it's not. Is it? Oh, yeah. Okay, so here we are. My grand gulagog theory. Now, the grand gulagog theory is ice cold. The grand gulagog theory is ice cold. The grand gulagog, all right, so here. This is a clue that I feel like is undeniable. This is a clue that I feel like is totally undeniable. The Grand Gulagog and the Gollywog. Now, not only is this significant, but look at the cover. If we were to like zoom out what would this creature with the eyes here look like? Right? Would he look like this creature? Okay, so I got to keep in mind that there's like a little lag. So y'all just now seeing the jazz joke. Y'all just now catching up to me. Hold on, let me stop for a second. Yes, you're right about that, Robert Sanders. Yes. Okay. Sophiel, that's a good thought there about the dates that we saw in Tabby's dream were the dates she tried and failed to get back to Fromville. I wonder if those dates are dates of significant sacrifice. Let's see. I mean, let me look here. (1864) 1864 is the year of the massacre of Fort Pillow. Okay. Now, the massacre at Fort Pillow, let's look it up and just show it to you real quick. Okay, so let's bring this over here for a quick second. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Now, we just looked at the Grand Gulagog. We just looked at the Grand Gulagog and the Gollywog. Okay. The Gollywog is a figurine that came out around the time of Jim Crow. Jim crows like a crow several times. The real person that created Jim Crow's name is Thomas Rice. And Jim and Tabby's son, late son, is named Tabby. Okay, so that is significant. Now, when we look at 1864, the Fort Pillow massacre was fought on April 12th, 1864, which is the date that Boyd opened up in that bottle. This massacre was of 300 Civil War soldiers that were all Negro Civil War soldiers, just like the one that we saw shooting at Jade. Okay. Now, the Confederate soldiers, it was about 1,200 to 1,500 of them dudes. And they ran down on 300 dudes and killed them all and burned them. Now, the soldier that we saw Jade running from was burnt. And there were a lot of them mangled and hanging from the trees, similar to how the bottles were hanging from the trees as well. And we also know what hanging from trees and the significance in American history that has. So that is a direct connection to the date that Boyd pulled out that match the date on the wall. And this significant event in America's history is connected to what we saw with the Civil War soldiers. Now, I don't see any kind of science fiction clues that can dig that deep and pull out those kind of undeniable connections. That's just me. I feel like if I was a science fiction buff and I like science fiction and I've been sitting here watching From for 2 seasons, I feel like I wouldn't have gotten any scientific entertainment. Science fiction, it wouldn't have been scratching my science fiction itch. That's how I see that. Yes, I know I've been running through some of these comments here. I'm a little behind. Thank you for that feedback. That helps me get better. That helps me get better for sure. Let me look at some of the comments though. I do want to comment on some of the stuff that's being said. Okay, Carrie commented on the pancakes. Who is Tien Chen praying to? I believe they do honor to their ancestors and things of that nature with altars and things. So we see that type of religious fair play going on. We also see Father Kotri passing a sermon. I think it's very interesting that besides Father Kotri, the only 2 people that we see reciting anything from the Bible is little Megan when she was praying and Tilly when she was praying. And this is what brings me to a connection with them. I think that Tilly is the grandmother of little Megan. Because Tilly, the slow walker, grandmom slow walker, did look a little bit like Tilly. But she looked at her and she's obviously not Tilly. But she looked at her and says, "You're not my grandma." So let me run down here on some more of these. Okay. Now see, I'm down at the bottom here, and I see Kellyanne G, and she says the African American Native Americans. Is this the result of a curse? Absolutely. That's why you see the characters cursing so much. That's why they're using so many curse words. The people are cursed. The people are cursed in the town. The town is cursed. The talismans have a binding curse or spell. You see, I spoke about this in one of my videos about grammar and glamour. I broke this down. The curse, this is a lot of people were complaining about the dialogue in season 2. It was almost like a F-bomb or something been dropped, like almost every other word. It was a lot of curse words in season 2. It started the season off with that when Boyd was in the thing and he let out the long F-bomb because he couldn't get out of the well. And so I definitely believe it's a curse. I also believe that, I mean, the nuances to history are undeniable. They're undeniable. I've been trying to make some science fiction connections. Just to prove myself wrong. When I study stuff, I like to try to prove my own thoughts wrong. And that I think is the best way to go because I'm not just sitting there listening to stuff or seeking out stuff that validates my opinion, right? I'm actually like trying to prove myself wrong. I found a nice little tidbit that I gave to Tony Teflon. I hope he drops. He said he was going to drop it and give me some credit. That's pretty dope. But when y'all see that one, I don't think anybody saw it. I noticed it right away, and I was like, that was the only. There was something in season 2 in episode 6, which was very subtle, but it was the only kind of mechanical science fiction clue. Nobody has said anything about it yet. But I said something to my man about it. He said he was going to say it, bring it to y'all and give me credit. That's cool. But I just don't feel science fiction in the show that much. That was the biggest science fiction clue that I could see in there. And I passed it right along to the science fiction theorist, who is Tony Teflon, a good brother. We talk just as much as me and Taryn talk. Even though we have difference of opinion, we be going back and forth. Like, I think, in my opinion, I've always been one that has been taught that steel sharpens steel and iron sharpens iron. Even me, like, rapping when I was a kid, like I used to rap. I was nice when I first walked off the porch. But as I started rapping with other dudes, like, my skills got better, I got nicer. And that was the thing. I got nicer from being around other theorists or other rappers. You know what I'm saying? I have a couple of homies that we sit and talk about shows with. Shows that I would probably never cover on this channel, because this channel is more, my brand for this channel is more of the esoteric mystery, things like that. And shows that I haven't been covering, I think that I'm just going to start doing like live streams on them, like Dark Matter. I'm definitely going to start doing some live streams on Severance. I might actually drop a couple videos on Severance, because I have some crazy theories on Severance that I haven't heard anybody. I'm so surprised that nobody saw what I saw in Severance. But it's kind of obvious too, right? But I'm going to talk about some of that when I drop my Severance videos. But yeah, I this is what I love to do. I love to break down these contributions to literary visual arts. I love movies and I love TV shows. I don't have a whole lot of time to watch that stuff, but since I've been getting into YouTube, I've definitely been working it in to my schedule and developing thoughts, taking notes for you guys. But for right now, I think we're going to stick on From. From has more than enough to keep us busy for years, even after the show is over with. From is going to be like how Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, how like people are still making videos about these shows even after they are gone. You know what I'm saying? And I think From is going to be the same way. I don't think that they'll actually go over everything before the show's over. I think that they keep piling up mysteries, which is fun and it's cool. I think that they'll give a few breadcrumbs, and I think that they've purposely made this show interactive. I must say that I have not gotten one copyright strike from. So what that tells me is that they have purposely made this show to be interactive with like the YouTube theorizers, the dudes on Twitch, TikTok, and all of these other theorizers. I believe that they've made this show like that on purpose, and they purposely didn't let any of those like AI companies search for their copyrighted material on YouTube. I've done a couple of other I've covered a couple of other things. I've covered the Changeling. and I didn't get any copyright strikes with that either. And I think that's because of the same reason. I think that they are allowing people to be interactive with these shows, which actually boosts the ratings. And over time, you know, there's so much content out there in this day and age of binge watching. There's so much content that um it's not like it was when we were watching terrestrial TV and the more traditional television watching where you got an episode every week. It's it's a lot of content out there to compete with. And so I think that these shows are putting their best foot forward in like the second and third seasons of these shows to give them time to catch on. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just so much shit out there to watch. I mean, you got you probably paying $50 to $60 in different streaming platforms a month. You got all the different channels. Even the cable networks have their own streaming. So it's a lot of content out there, and so I think that they give these shows a little bit of time to catch on. But most of these shows are realizing that you got to make this stuff interactive, and people have have to be have to be people have to be mindful of the times that we're in today. Like we're in the times of binge watching, which is very hard to compete when you're dropping a show every week. However, shows like From and Severance, you have to drop an episode every week. It would be shitty if they dropped the whole season of Severance, or they dropped the whole season of From. It would kind of kill the mystery because you kind of have to digest what you just saw in this one episode and wait a week. You need a week to sit and digest and think and ponder and have fun with it. And then here's next week, we got another one. We talked about this a little bit in my last stream. I definitely don't like the number of episodes that we get, but I think it's a fair compromise when we're dealing with 45-minute to an hour episodes. So I'm not too mad with it. Sometimes if the show is really high budget, you get like 2-hour episodes that like they was doing with Game of Thrones. But yeah, I From is what we're gonna focus on primarily right now. But we're gonna venture out into other stuff. Oh, I'm gonna pick up on Yellow Jackets too. Yellow Jackets is fire. You know what I'm saying? Yellow Jackets is fire, and they give you a lot of answers and stuff, but it's still the overall mystery is still there. You know what I'm saying? But I love it. Yes, Severance. Let me see what you're saying in here. Dark Matter is fire. Severance went over a lot of people's head. They felt like it was a little slow. I was definitely intrigued with the idea of Severance before I even saw the first episode. Before I saw the first episode, the synopsis and trailer had me. Um you go to work and your brain is turned off to the outside world, and you go back home and your brain is turned off to the work world. That was intriguing. I think a lot of people would get severed today if that was an actual option. Let me look at some of them. Yes, Julie, I love Severance as well. Oh yeah, I have a crazy theory on Severance. I got to get the video together, and I'm gonna at least put out a video for sure. And we're gonna do some live streams and talk about it, especially when the season comes back. Okay. Yes. Yes. Severance. We gonna get up in there. Okay. Yes, I talked about doing Silo as well. Um, Silo was so fire. Silo it just, I don't know, it was just something missing from Silo. But Silo was fire. Okay, so I see y'all talking about the dates in the lighthouse. The dates in the lighthouse were only in her dream. They were not, like, when she went to the lighthouse, there were no dates there. There were no dates there. And the scene, the set, the scenery and everything was totally different, like when she went up a certain point of the steps. So it was totally different. It was like you started seeing the gears and stuff like that. I don't even think she made it that far up the steps before she saw Jim hanging down. And what she heard was crazy because she heard the car horns from when they crashed. So yeah, that whole situation with the dates was totally in her dream. And I'm wondering if she even took notice to that in her dream. Like if she remembers that from the dream. I don't even think she told anybody about the dream, which is crazy. Like if I have if I have a dream about my lady hanging upside down in a lighthouse, I better wake up and tell her that right away. I'm gonna be like, baby, I just had a nightmare with you hanging upside down in the lighthouse, yelling at me, sounding like a car horn. Like that would have been something that you would have said, or I don't know. The rope was hanging down as she was going up the steps too. There are a lot of ropes. They threw a rope off Colony House. Victor threw the rope out there. Martin's toenails dropped the rope to Boyd. Like there's a lot of ropes in there. Okay, yeah, I felt the same, Dr. Deb. I felt the same way about season 2 of Yellow Jackets. It was kind of slow. I think that they gave a good first step with the first season, and the second one they kind of like bent the knee a little bit. But I think they're gonna stand straight up and walk forward on season 3. That's what it was, Julie. It was like the story was stuck somewhere and it was focused on the dude's death and all of that. You're right. And it was just focused. All right, so it got stuck in the beginning with the wife. Then it got with the husband mourning the wife's death and trying to figure out what was going on with his wife. It just kept getting stuck. It wasn't moving along. Like each episode, you would get stuck for a couple of episodes on one thing and it just didn't move along. But they were giving you good answers and stuff. They were giving you good answers for the stuff that was going on around whatever had that part stuck. I don't know if it was because they were just trying to make it look like arcs within a season, but I still think season 2 is going to be fire if when they come back with that. I think it's going to be fire. I'm gonna tell you a show that they definitely should not have canceled is Peripheral on Amazon. I don't know why that got canceled. Exactly. Like Tabitha not talking about the dream is like insane. Yeah, I'm not gonna read any of the books. If I hadn't read it as a book first and the show is out and I'm watching the show, I'm not gonna run and read the book. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll check out the differences between them. Foundation is dope too, but I don't know. It just didn't keep me. It didn't keep me entertained in the second season. The first season was great, but I didn't even finish watching the second season. Another one that was really good that they shouldn't have canceled was Raised by Wolves. That was a really good one. This is where it's at. Yes, Wayward Pines definitely gave me the From vibes. The problem with Wayward Pines is they screwed that show all the way up in the second season. Like, they fucked everything up. I don't even understand why they would kill the main character. Like, yo, killing the main character was crazy. Yeah, it was something missing with the season 2. Raised by Wolves started getting really dope though. Raised by Wolves started getting really dope, and then they just cut it off there. Like, oh man. Yeah, Foundation was fire, so I'm gonna pick it up. Is it worth me finishing second season or what? Like, should I go back and tune in or what? Yeah, Peripheral. They should have never gotten rid of that. That was fire. Lovecraft Country is another one that they should have never canceled. Outer Range was like Outer Range was good the first season. Second season, it was amazing. But yes, Julia, you should definitely go back and check out Raised by Wolves. They take it to a whole nother level. It gets weird and shit. It's a weird show. It's a I'm gonna tell you, if anybody like Raised by Wolves, go watch Scavenger's Reign. It's an animated show. Scavenger's Reign is crazy. Scavenger's Reign is on some like, what the fuck is going on? Like, every single episode, it starts off confusing for the first like 3 episodes, and then everything starts making sense like by the third, the middle of the third or the fourth episode. Scavenger's Reign is an animated masterpiece. Yes. Lovecraft Country was fire. I just had a couple of problems with it, but for the most part, it was dope. Okay, Penny Dread. I never watched that John though. Yo, Archive 81 was amazing. Archive 81 was definitely a fire show. Let me know if Sweet Tooth is even worth it. Like, the first season was okay. I watched the second season, but I tried to watch. I don't know if it's my time and I don't have like a lot of time and I want to watch the really good ones, but I don't think that it was good enough to spend the time on, especially when like you had what was out at the time. You had shit like Shogun out. Shogun was amazing. Archive 81 was a masterpiece. Okay. Yeah. We up in here tonight, y'all. This is crazy. This is so dope. So I'm tripping that nobody called in though. I'm definitely tripping off that. Into the Badlands, pretty dope. The Boys started off so dope for the first 2 seasons, and the third season was trash, and the fourth season is beginning to be trash as well. Yes, indeed, Robert Saunders. I definitely can agree with you talking about the Schroeder's cat, and they talk a lot about quantum mechanics and quantum physics. Just like dark matter. What is crazy? The song "We Gotta Get Out of This Place." If it's the last thing we ever do. That song is in Dark Matter several times when the guy walks into the bar and that's playing. And that was the very first song that they played him from, like during the very beginning when he starts ringing the bell. And then they go to the diner, and then that's what the diner starts playing after, like Sarah rubs the talisman, and then that song comes on. There are a lot of archetypes in From that you find in that show as well. Well, I mean, y'all don't got to call in this time, but the number will be the same. So I will definitely be taking calls on the next and live stream. Hopefully, I have it all set up a lot better next time I go live. I'll be going live in a couple of days. I'm gonna try to, you know, get better at this and until I before I slow down. I thank everybody for coming out and rocking with us as long as y'all been on here with me. You know what I'm saying? I just started this live stream thing, and you guys are giving me some great encouragement, telling me that I'm doing well. I just can't wait to get everything lit. You know what I'm saying? So we can really enjoy ourselves. I want to figure out a way that we can like do some sort of trivia, some sort of interaction with each other in the game sense, have some prizes, just some fun stuff that are like pertaining to the show, you know? Oh, we have a caller. Hold on one moment here. Let's bear with me.
Call from.
This is where it's at.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Okay, we're live. This is where it's at. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing, my boy?
All is well. All is well. I hope they can hear you out there. You know what I'm saying? We all good. I hope I'm doing this right. You're the first caller.
Yeah, I was just calling. Well, I can hear I can hear like everything going on that's on your end, but can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Real quick. Yeah, I'm hearing feedback, but I'm not gonna stay on. But I love your content and the way you break down things. You know, you make me think. You have me. But I'm just. The main question that I have for you is pertaining to that new trailer, the last trailer.
Okay.
I'm thinking that there are two bodies on that cart because Boyd already hauled one body by himself, and that was a big grown man. And in that trailer, there are two. It's him and Jade that's dragging that cart. So I'm gonna hang up because I really can't hear you, but I'm gonna drop the line. Did you hear my question?
Absolutely. I heard the question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm gonna give you my feedback about what I'm hearing right now in the chat. But yeah, but I'm gonna hang up and but congratulations though, and keep growing. Keep doing your thing.
Absolutely. I appreciate you. And
Already.
first of all, thank you for the encouragement and the words of encouragement. I'm glad that I could spark some
Absolutely. Yeah. You're
thoughts.
welcome, man, and I'm gonna keep supporting it. But yeah, I'm gonna drop the line because I'm hearing all kinds of things on the phone right now.
Okay,
It's
no
not a real
problem.
concise. It's not a real concise conversation, so it's not really conducive to a really good conversation. But I just wanted to support and just wanted to hit your line.
Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother. And I needed a good call real good for tonight because I thought I wasn't gonna get at least one. But I got one. So here we are. And I appreciate you.
All
And I'm
right,
gonna go ahead and answer your question real
but I'm gonna
quick.
drop off now though.
No problem. Go ahead. Peace. Okay. So that was the brother. This is where it is. This is where it's at. Okay. So first of all, I'm glad that I can spark the brain a little bit and get you thinking over there. I know that we all don't have the same theories and we all don't agree, and that's okay. This is what the conversation is for, so that we can share those things. And I must agree with you, however, on this one. I think that there are multiple people in the cart as well. That's why I think that it takes two people to pull the cart. Like you said, we saw him pull a big grown man on his own. Frank. Frank, after he cleaned the box out and everything, he pulled Frank in the cart and the foot was hanging out the cart too. Just like how the foot was hanging out the cart when he pulled Frank. I remember they were walking past Jim and Ethan. He was walking past Jim and Ethan and he didn't want Ethan to see the foot, so he stopped and covered the foot up. And Ethan asked him what was in the cart. He said some supplies that he was taking to Kotri. So I definitely think that there are multiple people in that cart. I think that those people are insignificant as far as like characters that we know their names and care about. I think that Jade is there to help because Jade has reached a point of knowing that, hey, we've got to stick together, help each other, and share information. I guarantee you that Jade is going to be the one to say this. And I think that that's what the trailer is telling us, that Jade is going to step up and start being the one who turns this into a more cohesive unit. And I think that Jade is going to start sharing some of the things that he is thinking. Let's not forget, Jade was the one that was constantly trying to share what he was seeing about the symbols and stuff with people. Remember, Jim slapped the book out his hand. He said, I don't give a shit about your symbols and your books. He was like, you stay away from my daughter. Like, I don't know why he was doing that. Jim is an asshole. I just want to say that Jim is an asshole. Okay? Sarah sat up under y'all, playing with your kid on the merry-go-round, talking to your kid at the merry-go-round, tried to kill him, and then later on you tell Boyd that you tell your wife or Boyd, one of them, that, oh, all I see is a scared little girl. But then Victor saves your daughter from Colony House, saves your wife from the shit you tried to save her from and got stuck under the house. And you call, and when they said it was going to go up there to Colony House and see Victor, You say, I don't want them going up there seeing that freak. Jim's an asshole, straight up. And he also fed the flames of Radical Randall and merged with him and became Jandal and end up knocking Donna upside the head. Now, I want to point this out. What happened to Donna? What happened to the mark on Donna's head? I didn't see no mark after that. Her shit healed up pretty quick. Like, we're talking next episode. The shit was gone. And she was bleeding. So there was no knot, no nothing. I think that was a sign of something. But again, I want to say, great question from This Is Where It's At. I am in agreement with you on that one. And I'm definitely, I'm on your side with that one. Yeah, I think there's more than one body in there. And I don't think that this is a body that we even, I don't think it's a significant character at all. Maybe one of them could be a significant character that we may know their name a little bit, but I don't think it's anything. I don't think that scene is what we're reading into it. Like, we're looking at it like they're showing us a major death. And a lot of people are also looking at it like whoever was being tortured is in the cart. And so these things, now mind you, they are walking away from the barn. However, I mean, we don't know. We just don't know. And the teaser was so short, and then they were adding clips from season 2 in it. Like the clips of the cicadas and the clips of the ventriloquist dummy, so yeah. Let me read some of these comments, catch up on the comments. Okay. Okay. Oh, y'all said that y'all could hear him louder than me? Yeah, I do have both of the mic volume and the desktop volume up. I tried to have them level, so I just turned them both up. I think I could turn my mic up too, or even just pull it closer. Okay. Okay. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We got a good call in. Okay, we got another call coming through. Hold on 1 second here.
Call from Julie.
Okay, Julie, how you doing?
Hi. I think my computer is lagging because it sounded like you were still talking. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents really quick. Yeah, I don't know why. I must be. Yeah, my computer is lagging. What you were saying about Jade, I think what we're seeing in the trailer is not so much who's in the cart that's really important, not necessarily an important death, but just the image, the visual of Boyd and Jade together carrying that cart. To me, I mean, I'm hoping that it's kind of symbolic of where we could be heading. Like, these two have never put their heads together, and they're arguably the most capable in town of figuring this out. Boyd is really like the strongest one, the leader. Everyone relies on him the most. Jade has the most brilliant mind here, but they've never worked together.
I
And there
agree.
they are side by side pulling the car. No.
I agree with that most definitely. If you're still watching the stream, you might want to just turn your sound off or mute it for a quick second. And while we talk, our conversation will pop up on the stream in a few minutes. But I agree with you totally. I think that it is symbolic of them coming together. And like I was just saying, I don't know if you heard this before you called, but I think Jade will be the one that says, "Hey, we have to put some more glue between us. We have to stick together a little better, make this a more cohesive unit. We have to have some conversations. I have to tell you about this, what I saw. I have to tell you about the kids that Tabby was saying she saw, because if you look at it, Jade has been the only one in the town who has been trying to share what he was going through. He
Yes.
we first saw him trying to share what he saw with Kenny, and Kenny was just blowing it off like, "Oh man, this place just shows you all kinds of stuff." And he was like, "No, I'm telling you, there was a
Right.
guy trapped under the boulder, and I fell back and I saw this weird symbol." And he was telling him everything. However, when we look at the end of season 2, we do see Jade and Tabitha coming together at the kitchen table.
Yeah.
We had both Chromonocles sitting at the table and asking questions, answering questions. Like Jade is like, "Well, why the hell is this little girl drawing stuff about Civil War soldiers and I'm having dreams about Civil War?" So I think he probably spilled his guts to Tabitha and she did the same. She's like, "Yo, I got to go see these kids." And he's like, "Yo, I got to go in them tunnels." And she's like, "Hey, Victor, how do I get to the bottle tree and whatnot?" And I think that that's what that was. And I think that we'll see more of that from Jade. I don't think that
Mhm.
the writers would purposely make the characters not talk to one another and then not have
Right.
somebody come through with that answer. Because, I mean, that's something that is annoying everybody of all different theories, the fact that the people don't talk.
Right. I know. I know. And I've been thinking about it a lot. I mean, hopefully it's not just poor writing, but you look at the different characters, they each have really bizarre visions and nightmares and premonitions and things that are outside the norm of this place. This is, I mean, as bizarre as it is, the creatures, everyone knows about them. That's the norm. So when people are experiencing these things that are like crazy, well, you would think, oh, hey, everything's crazy here. The creatures shouldn't exist. This is impossible. The lights shouldn't come on. There shouldn't be any electricity. But it's the norm. It's the new normal for these people. And I think this place is almost trying to, or whatever entity is here, is trying to isolate them by only giving certain visions, certain premonitions, certain nightmares to specific people. Jade has his unique visions. He's got the symbol, all of those visions. Tabitha has the Ankui kids. It's not until the very end of the season that Jade actually sees them too. Up until that point, I mean, it was unique to her. Jade has his unique visions, and they're kind of isolated from each other and just not coming together as a group. That's the missing link. They all have separate pieces to the puzzle, and Jade is really the only one who's trying to get people to listen, but they're not receptive, and it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. I mean, from the moment he gets there and he thinks it's an escape room, he even took that so seriously. He went all over town looking for clues.
Yeah, he's sitting in the diner with Kenny like, "Am I supposed to get something from you?" Like he really took
Yeah,
that seriously. Yeah, for sure.
he did. He did. And then he realized, okay, this shit's real, and he has not stopped. I mean, the man everyone else looks pretty much normal. This man, if you look at his appearance, his hair and his beard have gotten wilder kind of in proportion to his mental state, trying to solve this thing, trying to figure out this puzzle. He's the one who's working the hardest on that. You know,
Yes,
people just need to start listening.
He's the one who has the Boyd attitude about not being broken. He refuses to let this thing break him. Like when you see him first see and he noticed the ventriloquist dummy, he screams right back at it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's rolling up his joint. He screams right back at it. When he sees Christopher standing in the doorway with the book, he goes over to the doorway and belts out another one. So he's definitely not letting this place break him. And we are seeing, I think you're right about what the trailer is trying to convey, that Jade is now putting heads together with Boyd.
That's what I think. That's what I hope they're going for, because that's what needs to happen. I mean, just going back to that first scene of Jade in the bar where he's just looking around at all these complacent people. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just sitting here drinking your
piss water. Yeah.
Your piss water. Yeah. You're wrapped in a maze, nibbling on your cheese. Like, do something.
Yeah, I totally agree. And he linked up with Tabitha. I mean, him and Tabitha were out there sitting in the kitchen trying to make sense of the little girls' drawings.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure she off screen told him what happened with Victor. You know what I mean? Like, they're sharing information, you know. Even Victor, even Jade was disgusted at Victor. He was like, what's wrong with him? He said, what the fuck do you know? You know what I'm saying? He's like, yo, you said you was going to tell me, like, I played the violin for you. Now you got to come up off some information, brother. Like, you know, and it took Tabitha to come up there. The maker of his mother's bracelet.
Right.
That's the part that makes this very strange, is the bracelet is the most beautiful curveball.
Yep.
The bracelet is the most beautiful curveball. If they don't explain anything else, explain that whole situation, please. Do not let us leave these episodes without an explanation to that bracelet. We need that.
Yeah, there has to be. I think it has to involve. The only thing I can think of is some sort of time travel, but I mean that can get messy. We've seen a lot of shows try that, and it can get messy if it's not done right. They need to explain it.
Yes,
they need to, one way or another, in a way that makes sense within the logic of the show.
Especially with everything that's going on, and then that happens, in the way that it does, it could be the making for one of the best depictions of time travel.
Yeah.
Because time travel's been done in multiple different ways. You know, you have the Back to Future way. Like, the Back to the Future was like, you know, if your parents don't meet and have you, then everybody starts disappearing out of your Polaroids. Like, but then you have time, then you have time travel where someone goes back into time and it creates a different branch, and it doesn't affect anything in their future or their present, but because the past becomes their present. So there's different ways that they could approach the time travel theory in this, but they have started off with one of the most interesting ways, because, like, okay, so most of the times when they reveal some sort of time travel, it's almost like you know exactly what happened. You either know that the future has been affected, or you know that another branch in time has been created. But with this one, it's like, man, I really can't wrap my mind around what's happened and how this possibly could be.
I know. If they can pull it off, it would be pretty genius because, I mean, if they use the least messy model of time travel in TV, it's basically whatever happened happened. You can't go back and erase someone's identity. I mean, you can't erase somebody who now exists. They already have a past, so you can't go back in time. And yeah, someone disappears from the Polaroids. It doesn't work that way. It's just a never-ending loop, a closed loop, and that's where you get bootstrap paradoxes. So it would be really genius if they can pull that off, because the bracelet is literally made of bootstraps.
Exactly.
If that thing is a bootstrap paradox, I mean, that would be amazing.
I mean, and Taryn brought this to my attention, and he has some theory behind it. My thing is, nobody has really nailed it for me. Like, I've listened to several theories. I've been on Reddit looking at the theories of the time travel, but nobody really nails it for me, because you got to think about it, right? What does Miranda have to do with Jim's father at all?
Yeah.
Like, where would that come in at? How does that come together? Because those are either his bootlaces or his father's bootlaces, right? Or maybe even his grandfather's bootlaces. Who knows? It seems, you know, I know the only type of person that I could think of that would cherish bootlaces would be some sort of soldier, right?
Yeah.
That's the only type of person that I could see, and so that connects a little bit to, you know, the whole war aspect and the fact that we saw soldiers and everything. What are your thoughts on the whole Jim Crow aspect? Have you seen that I've pointed that out in some of my videos before?
I've seen a little bit. Not too familiar with like in depth on it. I need to catch up. Still pretty new to the show, but
okay. So like a quick rundown on it is like, okay, Jim presented two books to Ethan. He presented the Grand Gulagog, and he presented the Chromonacle book, and Ethan chose the Chromonacle book. However, they had the late son Thomas that they talk about that passed away, and his name is Thomas. Well, the person that created Jim Crow, his name is Thomas Dartmouth Rice, and the Grand Gulagog looks like a toy from the Jim Crow era called the Gollywog. And there's a lot of nuances in there that kind of points that out. And Gulagog and Gollywog, I mean, that is undeniably what they were pointing at there. There's even a part of my theory that goes into the movie Roots. And we know that Jade is who reveals to us that those are roots. And right, so the movie Roots has two characters in it by the name of Toby and Fiddler. And Jade is a fiddler, and he wears the cats on his shirt where the cat played the fiddle, and he played the fiddle, and he came into the town with somebody named Toby. So
shit, yeah.
Yeah, so like that whole I have a whole video about it. I don't know how many of my videos you checked out, but definitely try to go check those out, because it's almost like undeniable. And the fact that they used a so-called black man for the Civil War soldier, we're talking about the Negro Civil War soldiers there. And that goes right to the 1864 massacre in Fort Pillow, where they burned the soldiers. Like, it was 12 to 1,500 soldiers just ransacked 300 guys. Actually, these guys, 300 soldiers, they waved the white flag. And so what's supposed to happen is they're supposed to be taken in as prisoners of war, and they're supposed to be, you know, fed and taken care of and stuff. But, you know, they're not allowed to fight. They waved the white flag or whatever, but they went down there and killed them all, and they burned their bodies. which 1864 is totally. Now, here's the crazy part of that. The Confederate soldiers that did that were led by somebody named Nathan Forrest, Nathan Bedford Forrest, and Nathan is the name of Sarah's brother. So like a lot of these connections are totally like baked into the script and baked into what we see on From. And I'm one that really doesn't like the like constant rehashing of American history because it's so blatant and obvious when they do it, right? But I really respect and admire the way that this show has tackled that.
Yeah, it's so interesting, like all the connections that you made, and I wonder if Jade standing under the tree where those soldiers were hanging in the vision and him getting blood all over him, and he looks at his hands, he has blood on his hands.
Oh yeah,
It
I
seems like a metaphor.
I actually think that Jim and Jade are related. Because see,
Really?
Jade's family was from America. However, he grew up in France with his grandmother. He was an orphan, and then he moved back over there after the grandmother passed away. Because he tells that story to Tien Chen, like right before the whole, right before the tower situation. And okay, so that breaks down. But okay, so Jade, I think that they're related because so Jim goes up in the tree and Jim says, Can you shake my line? My line is caught. He doesn't say the cord is caught. Can you help me free the cord? He says my line is caught. Can you shake my line? Now, the line is a reference to bloodline, and the tree is a reference to family tree. And Jay puts his palm on the tree, and that's when the vision starts. Soon as he puts his palm on the tree. Now, the whole vision stops when Jim chases Jade down and puts his palm on Jade's chest, and that's when Jade's vision stops. So it's totally crazy that I was just noticing that, and I was like, wow, this is, I didn't even know that if I wanted to write about that. I was like, I don't know if I should put this out, but I decided to go ahead and put it out because it's undeniable. I was like, yo, this is undeniable. Toby and Fiddler, like like the main character of the movie Roots. It's crazy. And then
that's wild.
Yeah, and Jay came in with Toby. He's a fiddler, and he's the one that discovers the roots. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. So, I just let it go at that. It's there. I put it out. They can take it and do what they want. Some people are mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I didn't write the show. I just noticed that. And, but it is what it is.
I mean, I don't know what there is to be, like, what was there to be, I mean, why would people be mad? Like, I think that would be a really interesting historical connection. I mean, are people just wanting it to stay strictly sci-fi? Is that the problem?
Well, some people were saying that I was trying to make the show about race. And that's totally not what I was trying to do at all. It was just that when I noticed that, I was like, wow.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was like, oh, wow, this is undeniable.
Yeah.
I just got to put it out there. And like I said, I'm not even, that's what.
People are like that.
Yeah, sometimes people get like
that. I completely agree with you.
Like, I mean, the signs
like,
are there.
People get, like, they think that, okay, well, we're trying to get political or whatever. Yeah. I think the evidence is pretty clear from the way you're laying it out. I think the connections are really strong, and I don't know what there is to be mad about. I mean, people get all worked up.
Jim and Jim Crow. You know what I'm saying? You have
I was thinking that.
yeah, you have at in the first episode, he said crows do crazy things. Caw. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yes,
he
indeed.
did.
Like then he got up and he flapped his arms like a crow and was making the crow sound. And even
And the crows are integral to this too.
right
The crows are what everybody sees circling when they get
now,
there.
Jade is the only person that we know of that didn't see the crows because
Right.
he was passed out in the
It was
back
knocked
seat.
out.
Now we can
Yeah.
assume that Toby saw the crows. We can assume that. However, we don't know.
Right.
We didn't see them
Yeah.
encounter the tree at all. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? However, if they were on that road, they most likely did. But Jade didn't see that. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, I wonder if Jade has some kind of family bloodline going back to slaveholders. I mean, I don't know if they would go that far with it.
Well,
I mean,
the connection that I made with Jade was his French background. And during the Civil War, there was because of the war started a big cotton famine in France where they weren't getting any cotton. And in the public eye, Napoleon III, he remained neutral about the conflict in the U.S. However, behind the scenes, he supported the Confederacy. And so that could be some sort of thing there. I brought that up just because of its relevance to the Civil War, not necessarily a definite tie to Jade. However, definitely Jade is a Frenchman. So, I mean, you could say that as well. Also, even Jade, when he thought it was a panic room, he was acting kind of like an owner or a slave owner. He thought that his money was what paid for this place. He goes into the diner and tells the people, he says, well, you all pretty much, he skips in line. He takes the plate out the guy's hand and he skips the line. He said, you all guys,
you all work for me.
Yeah, you all work for me. So this is okay. You know, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of had that whole vibe right there. Then when you look at From itself, it's like a sundown town. And you know, it has the whole like you can't go out after dark and yada yada yada. You know what I mean? Now, like I said, I don't enjoy these kind of nuances in I don't enjoy politics in today's politics and today's things in our television shows. I think that our TV shows and movies should be a way to get away from a lot of that and escape that. I shouldn't turn my TV on and see the same kind of political messages that I can just turn on. It's enough of it running through social media. You know what I'm
Jesus
saying?
Christ. Yeah. We need a break.
Right. So, like, when I watch a television show, but I have to say, the way that they cook this into the script is genius. The Toby and Fiddler thing blew my mind when I noticed it. I was like, yo, get the fuck out of here. They didn't do that. And then I was like, yo, and then he finds the roots. I noticed Toby and Fiddler when he played the fiddle for Victor. And when he took the violin and all of that, I noticed the Toby and Fiddler. I was like, Toby and Fiddler, ain't that some shit? You know what I'm saying?
Right, and it seemed like it really seemed out of left field. You know, like you never saw that coming. Jade just suddenly has he's playing a violin one day, and you find out, oh, he took it from Victor's room, and it's just like it seems totally random. But if you look at it in that context, it could be a reference.
This is the crazy part, right? This had to be baked into the script before they even casted David Apley for this. David Apley, how do we know? Because David Apley
he is a brilliant violinist.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
So they had to say when they casted him, they had to say, we're looking for somebody that can play the violin. You have to at least be able to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star for us.
Right.
If
Yeah,
we
he
can't,
plays the hell out of that. He
right,
does. He
right.
was on another show. He was on The Tudors years ago playing the violin.
Okay,
He was
so
a violinist on
they
that.
knew right away. Okay, boom. Same with the Civil War soldier. Why would they cast him like that? Here's the thing: the same guy that they used for the Civil War soldier is the same guy that is Boyd's stunt double. So they knew that
No kidding.
yes. So they knew that they had to have somebody that was going to play a Negro regiment warrior. They had to have somebody that fought for the Union, for the Negro regiment. And they said that. Oh, so all of these things are baked into the script. It's not like, they were just winging it because, all right, so another way, how do we know? Okay, look at the rest of the cast. The girl, Christy, I think, is an actual doctor. I think, like, she's the actual nurse or something.
Yeah.
Like, the cast, a lot of the cast are just, like, extras from the local area. Some of the actors, like, are just, like, actors that, like, never really had big gigs before. So, I mean, boom. You got David Apley. You got the dude, what's his name, that plays Victor. You got Donna and her husband, both been strong in the game. And you have Boyd. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's obvious that the characters were chosen purposely, like Jade. Okay, we need somebody to play the fiddle because we're gonna. All right, so now his mom played the violin as well. So that's. I mean, okay, so that was in the script. That was in the script.
Right, and it didn't even pop up until season 2. They had to have planned this in advance, way in advance.
We didn't even
but there
know
was
that
no violin.
We didn't even
season
know
1.
that he took a violin from out of there.
No, he's just randomly playing it one day.
Yeah. So,
but it's not random. Nothing in this show is random.
Nothing.
I don't
in the
believe
show
anything
is
random.
Nothing at all. There was
It's
something
all
else.
intentional.
There was something else that you said that I was on a tangent and I couldn't. I forgot what I was gonna say. There was something else that you said was a great point. But yeah, this has been a great call. I'm so glad you called in. I got number 2. I'm 2 for 2. Both of these calls were great. I hope everybody's enjoying the dialogue out there.
Well, I just, I get a little nervous about calling into shows. It takes me a while to get up the nerve, but it's such a fun time, and I love your theories. I'm gonna dive more into your videos, explore it deeper, because I'm still new to the show. I'm binging every video I can find. I've only been on this for a few months now, and yeah, as far as the racial history that could be embedded in this, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that a horror, I mean, this is supposedly, this is kind of labeled as a horror genre show. It wouldn't be the first time that something in the horror genre delved into themes of past violence, race-based violence. I mean, The Shining, Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, I mean, it's loaded with references to the legacy of violence against Native Americans.
Oh, yes.
And
yes,
the blood
I'm
that
hip.
was spilled.
Yes, I'm hip. And actually, like, I believe Stephen King was angry about some of the things that Stanley Kubrick changed until he realized what those changes were symbolic of. And somebody had to pull him by the coattail, say, hey, look, he was talking about this. Look at this and look at this. And then he was, oh, shit. Kubrick's a genius. But yes, indeed. I'm with you on that. Like another show that we were talking about other shows down there. I'll tell you one on Amazon that was a great show. It was called Them. Now, I didn't like the first season because it was kind of ridiculous, right? But when I seen that they came back with a second season, I was like, oh, okay, it lasted. And I was seeing
Okay.
reviews and they said it was great. Like everybody said it was great. I checked it out again. I checked out the second season. The second season is phenomenal. And we're talking about like 50 times better at least, at the very least, if not going away all the way to 100 times better. Like it is amazing how much better the second season was. And it had nothing to do with the first season. But there's a spoiler
Okay.
attached. There's a spoiler attached to that statement that I won't reveal. But I'll let you go watch it. It's called Them on
Yeah.
Amazon. Yes, it's great.
I'll
One
definitely
thing
check that out.
I'm noticing, the names of these shows are becoming harder and harder to Google. Like From
Yes.
is like
What the
hard to
hell?
Google. Like what the hell is
Oh my
Us?
god.
Us. Note.
Oh my god. Seriously, like it's not the best idea if you're trying to get a show out there for people to find, and like when people are making content about it, it's harder for people to find that. I had to dig and dig to find videos on From initially. Like it's just like, why are you naming shows these vague things?
Yeah,
I'm totally
From
with
was
you on
like
that.
From, as far as like searching it, was a logistical nightmare. Like when
Oh,
I was trying to find some things about From, and it's kind of hard. Now, another thing that it brings me to a kind of a sidebar, but the extra material along with the show, that's one thing they're lacking in. Like the only thing that we've gotten is those missing posters. And I think they
mhm.
updated one of the missing posters and showed that the Matthews have been missing for 2 years. So
Oh,
there might be a time skip. I saw that on their Instagram, the From MGM Instagram page. And
interesting.
yeah, so they might be doing a time skip maybe to because the kid is getting a little older, but they put in there that the Matthews have been missing for 2 years. But then when you think about it, the show came out in what, 2022, so that would be 2 years from now. So I wonder if they're going to do a time skip. I don't know. Jade's hair is longer,
Yeah,
his beard is longer. There's snow
it
on the
is
ground.
considerably longer.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'd say there's at least a week or two has gone by since the season finale. At least.
I agree. They're gonna have to do something because I would hate to see this kid. I mean, a lot of people found this kid annoying. I didn't. I thought Ethan really was. I mean, all this Kromanoffel quest stuff that came from him. I thought it was really important to the show. I like him, and I would hate to see him get booted off the show the same as, I mean, I'm just watching Lost for the first time, and I know Walt is going to go because he hit a growth spurt and they had to get rid of him. It's like, okay,
Who is
he's
Walt?
way too big now. Walt on Lost. Have you ever seen Lost?
No, I have not watched Lost.
Oh, okay, spoiler. Oops. But
No, no,
yeah.
go ahead. It's been out long enough to where if it's spoiled, it's spoiled.
Well, basically, there was a kid that just basically left the show merely because of a growth spurt. It just didn't make sense anymore, and I would
Is
hate to
this
see
the
that
kid
happen
that
with
plays
Ethan.
the character of Boyd, that son?
Yeah, it's his son, and the thing that sucked about it is they made him into this really special character with deep ties to the place where they're trapped, and they're doing, I think Ethan is also, I mean, in a parallel way, he's really integral to the show. Ethan has a deep connection to this place where they're
Yes.
trapped.
Okay,
Same as in
well,
Lost.
have you heard my theory about Ethan the Shaman?
No, that one I'm not familiar with.
Okay, so you got to check out some of these videos that I drop about this stuff. I'll give you a little tidbit for anybody else that hasn't heard this theory either. Um, okay, so there in Native American culture, they have shamans, right? And these shamans are picked from people that have like mental trauma, people that we might call are autistic or mentally challenged, these people are picked in their culture as the shamans and the chosen. Okay, so Victor says to Ethan that the boy chose Ethan. The boy in white chose
Right.
Ethan. He said that the boy in white chose Victor too. He said he chose me and he chose you. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
then Victor gives him a crooked staff. Okay.
Yeah, like a little wizard.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, in the
He said,
shamanic,
"This is what you need on a quest," right? He said,
right.
He said, "Get rid of that crutch. You need this. This is what you need."
Right. He
Sorry,
said,
go
you
on.
can't take that. This is what you need for a quest. And he picks up a stick that's crooked. It's straight stick that's bent on the corner. Right. So it comes to a corner by the handpiece. Right. So in the shamanic succession ritual in Native American culture, a staff just like that gets passed from the shaman to his successor. Okay. And he also begins to teach him and show him the things of the spirit realm and how to, to deal with the necromancy, okay, which goes right into the ventriloquist dummy. As a matter of fact, ventriloquism means to speak from the belly. The ventricle and quilly means to speak, belly speaking or stomach talking, right? And so ventriloquism is something that actually started with necromancy, speaking to the dead. Someone would throw their voice like a ventriloquist would do, and they would say that they were speaking from the dead or speaking to the dead. Now, okay, so Victor and Ethan, okay, now he's giving him a cloak. Okay, so notice the checkerboard pattern that Victor was wearing when he gave him the staff. Then notice the checkerboard jacket that he gives Ethan. And so he's giving him those checkerboards. So this is totally a shamanic succession ritual. And it's being played out with Victor and Ethan. Now, I think that at some point Victor's going to die. And I think that Victor, and because he's passing on the staff to Ethan. And so Ethan is going to be the person that knows. If we look like when Ethan first walks out there to Victor when he was measuring to see the trees, Victor didn't want anything to do with Ethan until he asked him about the boy in white. He said, "Oh, you seen him?" He said, "Did you see him out here?" And then he begins to talk to him, and then he wants to let him help measure the trees. Then he's told to stay away from Ethan, stay away from him. But then he right away comes back and gets him again, takes him out to the woods and sees the boy in white. He didn't listen. Then, he just kept telling him, like he just kept dealing with Ethan. Even when he first met Julie, Victor was a different person when he met Julie. He was totally nice.
Yeah, he was.
Chatty, and everything. So yeah, there's something about Victor and them. So yeah, this has been a great call, Julie, for real. Got a chance to hear some real good thoughts on this, and I appreciate your encouragement as well. So what do you think about? So what do you think about my thoughts on the ventriloquism?
That I love that concept because I've been trying to figure out what it just seemed like. Again, I think everything in this show is intentional, but at first it seems random. The ventriloquist dummy just comes out of left field. But when you think about it, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. The significance of that, and I think initially, as far as Victor and Ethan, he was basically passing the torch to Ethan, and originally Victor wasn't supposed to make it out alive from season 1. They planned on killing him off. The only reason they kept him is because Scott McCord was so fantastic. They decided to keep him around. But I agree with you that he's probably going to die at some point before the end of the series. you know, that line, he chose me. I mean, he chose you, Ethan, like he chose me once. He
Yes.
gives him what it looks like, a staff, like something a wizard would carry, or a shaman. That makes perfect sense.
In my video about it, I show actual staffs that are just like the one he gave Ethan. And that is not like, I mean, it's kind of one of those undeniable things, but then it's random. But then when you look at it, like this boy's leg has healed totally and he's still carrying around the staff.
He carries that everywhere. And
Yeah,
he no longer needs it,
he
clearly.
took that same leg and kicked Sarah and then ran up to the Brundles. You see what I'm saying? So he's definitely healed, and he's still carrying around the staff. Now he's got other items, and I think that he will get one more item from Victor, and Victor is out of here.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So they got to figure out a way to keep that kid around.
And they have to figure out a way to kill Victor and make it. They have to figure out a way to kill Victor without everybody just leaving the show because they killed Victor. His death has to be very significant. His death. I mean, he's been teaching.
It'll probably be a heroic death, I think.
I think so too, because he has showed heroism. He showed heroism when in Julie. I mean, this dude had a rope ready to throw out he tied it up onto the ceiling and threw it out the window. He was ready to go. It's so and it's crazy that Julie just so happened to run up there because she was embarrassed about asking Fatima to give her a kiss, so she ran upstairs, and that was crazy right there. Like they kind of never talked about that again. It was just real awkward. I don't know. That was.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah,
I got secondhand embarrassment from that so bad. And then they just never talked about it again. She was her bridesmaid. They just dropped that. Wow.
Yeah, it was just like, yo, that was crazy. But this show is definitely hitting the mark on mystery. What do you think about? What could you say negative about From?
Well, I would say season 2, I've been talking about this a lot with my friends in Jeremy's Discord about the weaknesses of season 2, the flaws in the writing. They had a lot of issues, I think, trying to make logical sense out of the cicada entity and the dreams that are possibly killing people, and it kind of turned into a mess. That was a big issue. I think they needed to explain that a whole lot better. You had Kenny had this dream where cicadas were jumping out of the boiling water, and Julie, who else had a dream? Mari had a dream. And in each of the dreams that we saw, there was a music box. Kenny had one.
Elgin saw it too.
Elgin had one, and Mari had one. Those 3 should have been the ones that were picked by the nursery rhyme. It made 0 sense that 3 other, Mari was chosen, but 2 other people were chosen for that. Like it doesn't make any logical sense to me. And they rushed through that whole dream cicada entity plotline so quickly that it just didn't have enough horror to it, in addition to the lack of logic, in my opinion. It was just like, okay, we're all getting ready to die now. It hasn't even been a full day that they can't go to sleep safely, and they're all just preparing to die, and it kind of turned into a soap opera. So that was my frustration with it. I love this show, and I still enjoyed it.
No, I agree with everything you said. I agree with everything you said. And because so they spent too much without a payoff on the whole ballerina thing, I think.
Yeah.
There were too
Yeah.
many scenes with the ballerina, and it didn't pay anything off other than him smashing the music box. And I really don't think we're going to see anything else with the cicadas or the music box at all.
No.
And so
I think
the
that's
the
done.
payoff was kind of dry on that,
It
and
was.
it didn't give us enough time to actually. They spent too much time on that when they could have been spending time on the cicadas for
Right.
if the cicadas would have got more episodes, it would have been scarier, and they could have led up to it. They
Yeah.
could have like one day could have been 2 episodes, and then we get the night of the cicadas and all of that. You know,
Yeah.
it could have they could have. I think that was an editing issue. Like you
I
know how
agree.
the editor, I
Yeah.
think, is the last guy to really tell the story. You know,
Yeah.
and they have a job to like fit it in a certain box that is the time frame and the amount of episodes and whatnot. And this is
Mhm.
on the I think medium. I think the low end is what 8 episodes. The medium is 10. The high end is
Mhm.
probably 12 or 13 episodes. But From is on the medium, so they probably had to just fit that in there. And I agree with those points. They it was it was we should have received more answers on something. The
Yeah.
cicadas and stuff
Yeah.
came out of nowhere and was finished, and we spent too much
Yeah.
time on it without.
They didn't answer
Yeah,
enough questions. They just
right,
kept dropping new ones. Just more questions on top of questions. No answers to anything really.
right. Like
Except the one thing they answered was that you can kill a monster, and they opened it up and saw that it used to be human. That's what they said, that it had human organs, no blood. So we did get something,
we got
but that's
that,
really the
but
only answer we
it
got.
really did. It actually gave us more questions. Okay, so because now, like even in the chat section right now, we're saying we have a debate going on here that some think that it's the spiders that killed, that gave Boyd the power to kill Smiles Davis. Some people say that it's the cicadas or the nymphs or the worms, and they say
Mhm. Yeah.
it just gives us more questions. We don't even know actually how Smiles Davis died. We really don't. We know
Yeah.
that Boyd did something to him. We don't know exactly what he did to him. There, there, we have not even identified an actual antagonist yet.
Right.
And the antagonist always has the answers. A lot of times the antagonist likes to monologue and talk shit or explain to somebody or try to turn somebody onto his side or her side or whatever. And I think that's what we are actually going to see. I think that the Matthews are related to two parts of this. I think Jim is related to the architects and the bloodline that actually has something to do with some of the magic. And I think Tabitha is related to something else that has to do with Victor or that has to do with this place.
Yeah.
Um maybe the bootstrap paradox is happening because she is the jewelry maker. Maybe it's happening because
Yeah.
she could be a witch. Sarah could be a
Possible.
witch. We have necromancy happening all over the place. Sarah's talking to something that's dead.
Yeah.
The boy in white is
Yeah.
dead. The dogs, those are Native American sheep dogs or Native American shepherd dogs that are believed to guide you to the underworld, or not the underworld, but to speak to the people in the afterlife. Those,
Oh.
yes, those are
Interesting.
Native American shepherd dogs. I did a whole video about it.
I gotta
Like,
check these videos out, man.
yeah, I
That's
dropped
awesome.
some serious connections. I mean, there's so many connections to the Native American nuances. Um, the 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 mention of wild horses, where Boyd said wild horses couldn't stop him from getting to the wedding. The
Mhm.
the dream catcher at the wedding, the dream catcher that
Yeah.
Donna gave Fatima. You have
Featured
colony,
right in the center of the shot. Yeah.
right? And it's like you know, the filming location is where the Micmac tribe is from in Nova Scotia, Canada, which is
Oh,
a very
cool.
strong point in American history. It's where the first
Mhm.
European settlers came to Newfoundland. Um,
Mhm.
so it's crazy, Newfoundland, and then you have you have the grandmother spider deity that is the governor of woven items. You had Elgin sitting there talking about crocheting owls with his grandmother.
Yeah.
You have Elgin
Yeah.
teaching a grandmother how to crochet. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of Native American nuances to the show. You have the medicine wheels, the Native American medicine wheel. Father Kotri sits in the middle of one.
Mhm.
The box is surrounded by 3 stones. Um, uh, you have the choosing ceremony. You have the children on the slabs. You you have,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? All of these different nuances are Native American tropes, and the way they put it in the show was just dope. I was so surprised to see all the theories before I started this channel and not actually see anybody talking about that. I was really surprised at that. I was like, wow, didn't nobody catch that?
I think it's just that this show throws so much at you that you can miss things. Like you really need to watch this more than once to get these nuances from it. And you know, if people binged it, they could easily miss things. I mean, I'm doing a rewatch already, and I just watched it for the first time a couple months ago, and I'm catching things on the rewatch I never would have noticed before because you're so distracted by all the action and the gore aspect of it and the tension. You might not notice these nuances. Like just something really quick that I noticed. You mentioned Sarah talking to the dead. Well, when she's at the bottle tree, season 1, episode 9, she and Boyd are at the bottle tree. They hear it clinking in the distance. She immediately gets tense and doesn't want to go investigate. She does not want Boyd messing with the bottles with the stick. And as soon as he pokes at a bottle with that stick, the camera pans up all of a sudden really fast at the bottles while she starts screaming, I hear them. And she's hearing what I think somehow there are spirits connected to those bottles because it seems like a deliberate choice. If you watch the scene, the camera pans up really fast. It's jarring to the bottles clinking as she's screaming, I hear them.
Right.
And she's
Yes,
hearing
and
the voices
it
in
was
her
a weird
head.
angle. I've watched. As a matter of fact, I was watching that earlier when I was writing my notes down, and you're 100% right about that. Um, Sarah was being dealt with for or punished. Remember, she said that this place had been waiting for someone that could hear her, that could hear them.
Yeah.
Right. So Boyd couldn't hear them, so Boyd wasn't going through what she was going through, right? Ethan can hear them because they put him in a coma, seizure as well. But
right.
Then she comes out, and I think that they may all be being talked to by the children. I think the children are who is talking and telling them to do something. A very interesting theory came to me from a couple of people, and Taryn as well. The theory that if Sarah would have succeeded in killing Ethan, that everybody would have been going home.
Interesting, like a blood sacrifice?
Yes.
Is that, wow.
And it would have been like an
Interesting.
automatic, it would have been an automatic like win, like, you know, like if you're playing pool and you knock the 8 ball in, the other team, the other player wins automatically if you knock the 8 ball in before it's supposed. Right. So it's one of those kind of things. The show is riddled with games. As a matter of fact, they're playing games in the house with T and Chen. They're all playing a game. At the beginning, you see Ellis and them playing volleyball at Colony House. The little girls outside swinging. There's Kenny's father's playing chess. All of these games, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so there's definitely games and game pieces. But yeah, they're jumping out there with all of these different nuances, and I think that they have weaved them together in such a way that I think they've already been greenlit, but I don't think they've announced it yet. But for like at least 5 or 6 seasons. I definitely.
Oh man, I hope so.
Oh yeah, I definitely think so. I don't think that this is gonna stop at 3 or 4 seasons. I think they're gonna go ahead and keep going.
They need that much time, really, because the pacing, you know, they need to pick it up. They need to start getting into more answers. So they need a few more seasons, I think, to really do justice to this story. So it would be a shame for them not to be able to do that.
I see a
I mean,
comment
there's just
here.
so much unanswered.
I see a comment here that pretty much says, I think the cicadas, Dream Killer, and Martin were distractions. That's all. I don't think they affect anything. Smiley was sacrificed by his own leader to get Boyd's hopes up. Ooh.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
like
no,
I
think
said,
absolutely.
spider venom in his blood.
I think the entity, whatever entity is running things here, wanted Boyd to do that. That's what I mean, as esoteric and you know, too dragged out as those the ballerina visions were, actually, they were giving him hints. The entity was trying to tell him to do this. She opened her mouth and showed him the worms, and then another vision, she was choking him. And then what did he end up doing? He went and slit Smiley's throat, and he choked him, gave him the worms.
Wow.
The entity wanted that to happen.
Wow.
The entity wanted that to happen.
Yes, I can see
he played
that.
right into his hand.
And
Yeah.
she says that she thinks that the entities wanted to get Boyd's hope up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what they want. That's dope because that's what Abby tells him. She said, you think they're feeding off your fear and your pain? They're feeding off your hope.
Yeah.
They're feeding off your hope. They keep getting your hopes up. So I don't know. I hope this is actually a dream sequence that he's going through with somebody being tortured. It would be to lose Sarah would be crazy.
Yeah, I
think,
can't see that.
I don't think that they'll drop her off. To lose her would be kind of hard for them because she's the only one that can actually speak to them at will. Like she can do it when she wants to. Like when she was in the basement of the church with Boyd, like she then when they went out to the field with her and Kenny and Boyd, like she pretty much speaks to them when she wants to.
Yes, she screamed, it's laughing at you for bringing it to town. It's laughing at you. Because that was the whole point. Boyd carried the worms to town. The entity wanted him to give this to the monster so that it could unleash this cicada entity onto the town. I mean, he ripped open the monster. The cicada entity materialized from that. And that was, I mean, they had that they wouldn't have had that insight if Sarah wasn't there. I mean, Sarah's the only one that whatever spirits or entities are here that can speak through her. And I mean, that was just mind blowing. She said, "It's laughing at you for bringing it to town." I mean, Boyd thought that he was like, that he basically won, that it was a victory, but it wasn't. I mean, killing a monster, it wasn't. It unleashed something worse, because we've heard there are things out here that are worse than the monsters. That's what Sarah, one of the voices told Sarah that.
Right.
And this entity that he brought back to town, I think, was one of those things, worse than the monsters. It just wasn't depicted as effectively as it could have been. It was too rushed. But that's what I think the significance of it was. We need Sarah, as much as she's, I mean, a danger, and I think she should be locked up. You know, so, I mean, at any point, one of the voices could tell her to kill someone again. I think they should kind of keep her under lock and key, but she needs to stay on the show. They definitely need her abilities.
Kind of like a Negan.
Yeah.
Kind of like a Negan, where Negan was locked up for an entire season, I believe, or two, or at least a season. I know they locked his ass up for an entire season, but he was such a dope character that they had to keep him. Sarah's a dope character because of how she is able to speak with the entities. I mean, you can't beat that. Like, and okay, so, and she is someone that has conveyed that to them. Like, yo, I'm speaking to these entities. These entities is telling me to do this and that. Now, now, let me ask you. You said that you feel like she should be locked up. Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
On that. I'm with you. Do you think that Sarah is actually truly trying to turn a new leaf? And if one of those entities were to speak to her and to tell her to do something, that she would do it, or do you think that she wouldn't do it?
I think it's possible that the accidental killing of her brother by her, I think that may have changed her to the point where if an entity were to tell her to kill someone again, she probably wouldn't do it. But logically, I just feel like Boyd was way too quick to give her a long leash. Like I felt that he put trust in her a little too quickly. Just taking the handcuffs off her in the woods, and then she turned up back in town. Kenny had her down there in the basement in handcuffs. He came and uncuffed her, told her to stay there. She immediately ignored him and started wandering through town. I mean, I just think logically they should keep an eye on her, you know, make her prove herself a bit more before they let her loose. I mean, let's not forget, she didn't just try to kill Ethan. She didn't just leave the door open for the monsters. She actually sliced and diced a man with her own hands in the first episode.
Yeah, Toby. And she kissed him before she did it.
Yes.
I've always been, and I don't know, y'all can holler at us in the chat about this one. Why in the hell did she kiss him first? And I could see if she would have kissed him on the forehead or some shit, but she kissed him on the lips.
Yeah.
And then cut his tongue out.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Which is something that was done to slaves who refused to speak English.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes, because they didn't know what they were saying, so they would they didn't know what they were talking about, and they would cut the tongue out of slaves that talked too much as well. But that was, and he was Toby. That was Toby.
Well,
let's not forget
as far as,
Toby. Kunta Kinte got his feet cut off.
Yeah. Now, as far as the kiss thing, that to me was one of the most bizarre moments. I could not. I've never been able to understand it. Someone, I wish I could remember who it was. I was reading a comment just the other day that said something that kind of goes with a theory that I have about Sarah. I think that she was drawn here. It's been alluded to that she had possibly a bad situation with her ex. Her brother saved her. We can maybe presume she was being abused. She said, Nathan saved me, took her away from him. She said, it's really better that her ex is gone. That's what she said. And I think she was drawn here by this entity. Immediately after that, they were driving home to Boston, she and her brother, and then they never made it home. They were drawn here. I think it's because whatever entity is here knew that she was capable of murder. She killed her abusive ex, and not many people would be susceptible to voices in their head telling them to kill somebody, but here's this young traumatized girl, possibly abused. Maybe she killed her ex. That's my theory. So
Yes,
I think that's
definitely
why,
agree with that.
and that might be why she kissed him. I read a comment that ties in with that it might have been kind of a callback in her mind, like
To her
imagining
boyfriend.
her boyfriend that she killed. That might be why she kissed him.
Wow.
So if we get more Sarah backstory, it might shed more light on that. We need more backstory. But that could be something, you know, that because I've never seen anything else that could explain that, why she kissed him. Yeah, I
Wow.
think she killed her ex.
Oh, Carrie says Sarah had proven to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lock her up now, little psycho. I agree. I've got to
Yeah.
say that the kissing Toby, the going as far as to lock Tabitha up in the thing while she was supposed to just like let you kill her son.
Yeah, she's a danger to herself and others. She also tried to play Russian roulette with herself. I mean,
Also,
she's a danger to herself and others. She's not
I'm gonna
stable.
give you the lock and key to lock Sarah up real quick. I think that Sarah would probably try to kill somebody. You know why? Because the voices told her the truth. If you don't, okay, so she lied to Father Kotri. She told Father Kotri that, remember, she had two stories. She told Father Kotri that the voices said that if she killed the little boy, they would get to go home. But then she told Boyd that if she doesn't kill the boy, that Nathan would die.
Yeah.
She said that if she said it while they were walking in the woods. She said if I didn't kill him, that they told me that Nathan would die. That was the truth.
That's exactly what
She
happened.
didn't exactly. So she would look at these voices as if they were telling her the truth. Because that is why she said to, like, damn, like, I didn't kill the boy and my brother did die. And so now I gotta listen to these voices. They could be telling her to help this along. Think about it. The boy in white is who told her to put Boyd in the tree.
Yeah. I don't think that was an accident at all that he ended up where he was. And the boy in white, I think the reason why he spoke to her telepathically, and you remember with Tabitha, he just spoke normally, but he spoke to Sarah telepathically because I think he's part of this malevolent entity, and he knows that she's susceptible to doing what voices in her head tell her to do. So that's why he doesn't speak verbally. He speaks to her telepathically because she's going to listen. She's susceptible to that. She's proven to be susceptible to that, I mean, in the past. So she tells Boyd to go in the tree. Boyd ends up exactly where the entity wants him to be, in the place where he can get infected with the worms. And I don't think that was random at all. I don't think it was an accident. I don't think the boy in white is innocent either. I definitely, I think that's a misdirect, the little innocent boy in white. It's just a mirage.
Okay, so
You know?
I was reading some of the comments, and yeah, we are all in consensus as far as like Sarah. Sarah may be lying. Sarah may be lying. Sarah may be lying.
Yeah.
Sarah may be well, she told a lie. And it may, and some people might be, could argue that it's not a lie. But she definitely told Father Kotri that if they killed the boy, that they'd all be able to go home. And she told him that in that basement. And she turned right around and
Yeah.
told Boyd. And she told Boyd in a way like, okay, I'll tell you type shit. Like, she was
Right.
she was aggravated. She was frustrated. She told him out of frustration, like it made the truth may have came out. I don't know. She lied to one of them. Now she did say that they would be all able to go home, and some people believe that theory, that if that would have happened, that would be right. And I could see that. I could rock with that. But at the same time, she lied to Boyd, or she lied to Father Kotri, because whatever she told Boyd is what actually happened.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I mean, I just don't see her as trustworthy or stable enough to be wandering around free. She's a valuable asset. They need to keep her around. I don't think she should go in the box, but I think she needs to be locked up. I mean, she proved herself to be completely unstable when she played Russian roulette with herself. I mean, she's not well, and I think the voices in her head overwhelm her to the point where she's unpredictable. You don't know what she might do. I mean, when she was hearing the voices near the bottle tree, she was in so much pain, screaming, "I hear them." She went into the seizure. I mean, I think they were spirits possibly of the dead speaking to her. And she said something once about how these voices, they're trapped here too, and they want to go home. Maybe there are souls of the people who have died here that are trapped, and they're speaking to her.
Are they could they be those kids?
Possibly. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some explanation for those kids that seemed completely random.
Because the kids are trapped. The kids are long gone. They're dead already.
Oh, definitely.
I believe they're dead already. And they've grown up and they're trapped. Those slow walkers they didn't choose to be that way, she said. And so, yeah, they're prisoners as well. Everybody, no one here is free. No one here is free. Here they come for 3. No one here is free, and all of that. They even said no one here is free. So we're at a consensus. I see Dr. Deb, Dirty Corns, Sophie L, Carrie. We're at a consensus that Sarah is not to be trusted all the way. But
absolutely.
But she's such an interesting character. I think she's not to be trusted. She does have the potential to do something, but I think they're going to keep her clean. I think they're going to keep her clean. I think that she's going to redeem herself by giving her life or something like that for someone. Because we have seen those, tendencies from her with the Russian roulette, as you said. I think she might, try to help someone.
I think, she keeps saying that she just wants to help. She volunteered to go into the forest by herself to look for answers. Boyd wouldn't let her. So I definitely agree. Shows love to do redemption arcs with people. Even someone who actually murdered a person like Sarah did with her own hands, I think ultimately she'll probably die in a heroic way. I totally agree.
Yeah, so
But
they would definitely pay her death off in a way like that. I think that it's totally unfair that she just gets to run around like that after what she did to Toby, after what she did to Kenny's father and the nurse lady. Like,
yeah,
that's crazy. Like,
that
it,
made no sense.
and then we had to watch Frank, who for real, Frank didn't really do much wrong. He should have been there to protect his family. But it's not like he didn't like actively try to kill someone. Like, she did.
Right. And his wife was just as responsible. She could have nailed the window shut. I mean, it was
Not
wrong
only that,
that it was only pinned on Frank.
Why would you be sleeping in a separate room? Why would the kids sleep in a room? In a world where you guys are, why are y'all not sleeping in the same room? Like,
it made no sense.
That makes no sense. Even the Matthews had good enough sense to all sleep in the same room. Like, we're not separating in this shit. Like, no.
And Megan's mom was standing there in the doorway like, Megan, no, that's not your grandma. Like, she doesn't move until Megan starts to open the window. Like, what the hell are you doing? Run over there and grab her.
I think
and then it was all pinned on Frank.
Did you see the meme that I created called Megan, get the fuck away from that window?
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, you have to see that. That's in my shorts. You got to check that out. That shit is funny. Somebody messaged me the other day and was like, "Yo, we randomly walk around our house saying, Megan, get the fuck away from that window."
I love it.
It's funny, you know what I'm saying? But no, that's definitely like what everybody was thinking. Like, why didn't you run over there? Why didn't you stop her? Why didn't you tell her to get the fuck away from that window? Like, why didn't you, like, come on, Megan's mom is trash. Like,
seriously.
But word, like,
that drove me nuts. Like, what the hell? I mean, poor Frank. Like,
and then Frank is like, what else are you gonna do in the spot? Like, Frank is like, I ain't gotta go to work tomorrow. Like, we got free electricity, we got free water. I'm about to sit over here and drink some of this potato liquor, and I'm about to get fucked up. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm laying on the floor out here. We good. Like, yeah, they should have been taking care of Megan a little bit better. I just don't understand how the children. I mean, yo, I'm not letting my kids sleep in the room by themselves with actual monsters out here. Like, get the fuck out
of here. Oh, hell no.
Like,
absolutely not.
Yeah, like, come on. That's just like, they fucked up from the beginning with that. And ain't nobody sleeping in that room no more. It's too. What fucked me up though, that had me laugh. I chuckled a good bit off of this part right here. Two things. The slap, when Boyd came out and slapped the bullshit out of Frank twice, and like, yo,
that was like that Batman meme, slapping Robin in the face.
Exactly. Yes. Yo, he slapped the taste out of his mouth. Yo, like, I know bro tasted
so
nothing
bad.
but pennies and shit after he slapped him. But like, but the second funniest shit was when they was showing the Matthews their house, and it was like, yeah, you know, come to this room right here. This the first room I'm gonna show you. And they take her to Megan's room. These motherfuckers ain't clean up shit. They got
what the hell was that?
They got the bodies out of there, and they left everything fucked up. The cat with the shit on the wall, the damn the horse was turned over. They left everything. They left blood all over the wall. They didn't give a shit. They said, "Hey, check this room out, guys." Like, what the fuck?
that was so insane. I was like the real estate agent from hell. Like, here's your new room. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yes, indeed. I laughed my ass off. I was like, no, they didn't just show him that shit. Like, come on.
He's like, this is what happens when you don't nail the windows shut. Okay, I think they got the message there.
Yeah. Let's show him the veranda. Come on. Like, yo, this shit was crazy.
I could not believe that.
Yeah. I Frank's, when Frank said that he didn't want to look. Oh my goodness. Come on. Boyd put that thing to his head, said, oh, you don't want to look? He said, get down there and look. I was surprised that they showed the little girl mangled up like that. I was surprised.
That made me drop the show for like 6 months. I watched one episode and I was like, I don't think I can handle this show. Honestly, that was actually the darkest, goriest moment to date. They've never showed anything as bad as that since a little girl ripped up. Thank God.
The only thing worse that they showed was that sex scene in fucking season 1. That was the only thing worse than they showed in Little Megan. The sex
that was
scene,
nightmare fuel right there.
Yeah, that was, and then they pan straight over to the little kids sleeping with their family. I said, "Oh, this is crazy." I was like,
oh my God, they were like 20 feet away.
Yeah, not even like for real.
Oh my God, with their little child there.
Yeah,
couldn't they have slept like anywhere else in the house?
Like,
oh my God.
Come on, what the fuck? And then it's like, and then they just woke up all casually like, hey, good morning. And they just got to talking like, so did the bitch get up or what? What's happening?
Right.
What's going on?
They're just going to wake up to a live porno right in front of them, and they're acting like it's normal. I couldn't believe no one even commented on it.
Yeah.
No, in the show. No one.
You going to go out to the RV and get our stuff on? It's like... Yeah, that was crazy. So From is definitely like top tier for the slap.
Absolutely.
The showing Megan messed up like that. Now, here's the thing. Some people are saying that that's Fatima being tortured. And they're saying that they're ripping the baby from her and all kind of stuff like that. And I said, I don't think that they'll go there. But now that I think about them, how they show little Megan, they might just go there. I think that they do have that psychotic Sarah potential to show us some shit like that.
Oh, yeah. You know, that was actually the first thing I thought of when I watched that trailer the very first time was just looking at Boyd's face and him saying, he'd say, you're so strong, I know. It sounded like, my first thought was, it's Fatima and the monsters are taking the baby. Like, they're basically delivering the baby. And if you look at the close-up on his face, the tears in his eyes, the emotion in his face, he looks like that could be Fatima and his grandchild being delivered in some horrific way by the monsters. Now, who knows? I mean, they might go as dark as that. I don't know if they'll necessarily kill the baby. I was thinking maybe they run off with it. They kidnap it. Who knows? But I mean, there was a set photo of Boyd and Fatima out in the woods that was released. So maybe they could be out on some kind of quest to get the baby back. That was my thought on that. But I mean, it would be weird because the time hasn't passed. Not much time has passed. But I mean, everything is so supernatural. Healing is accelerated. It could be an accelerated pregnancy. So
Now I
And
said
if
the
you
same.
look,
I said, and you know the time skip as well. I mean, it is snowing on the ground. They could say some months went by. You know, they could say anything.
they could.
You
They could.
know,
And if you look in the background, you can just barely see the nurse monster is in the shot. So the
right?
nurse monster could be delivering the baby, in a
And they could have
performative way
said,
because she's not really a nurse.
let's just put a little corner of her head with the hat there. Just let's show a little corner of her right there, and
Yeah,
let the people theorize about what's happening.
exactly.
I'm with
They don't
Carrie
want to make
though.
it too obvious.
I'm with Carrie.
Yeah.
I'm with Carrie. She says that it sounds like Sarah when she was communicating with the entity. It does to me. It does to me as well. I think it definitely
It
sounds
does.
like Sarah, but
It sounds like Sarah screaming.
it would
Yeah.
make more sense to be Fatima. I don't know which one it is, but I would say I definitely have my money on both of them, it being out of the two of them. Like
I wonder if they could be playing some trickery and Sarah is screaming because the monsters are forcing her to take the baby out. Maybe that's why it sounds so much like Sarah. It could be something misleading like that. Maybe even a bait and switch, kind of putting Sarah's scream in the trailer, and it's not really
now
her.
Carrie says Carrie says the same thing. Is like she's saying I can't. Sarah's always saying I can't when she's communicating. Shake my head, so dramatic. You're right about that.
Yeah.
But I want to also point out that Fatima says I can't a lot as well. She's like when she starts crying with Christy there and she's like I can't.
Yeah.
And
Right.
she says she said it when she was crying with Ellis in the vestibule when the monsters were standing there and she was like I can't. So
I remember that.
she says it as well a couple of times through there. There is a lot in the actual script and the dialogue that gives a lot of clues as well,
I think so too.
But I gotta say, I'm with Carrie on this one. I think it sounds like Sarah, but what if it is both of them?
It could be. It could be like, I mean, a 30-second trailer can be misleading, and they would try to deliberately kind of mislead. They don't want to give too much away in a trailer. So it could be that both of them are there. They're forcing Sarah to help. And yeah, I mean, could be something like that. I don't see Sarah getting killed at all. I don't think she's going to die, but it could be her there screaming, being forced to assist with Fatima and the baby. That's my thought on it for now, anyway.
I did. Okay, so they're talking about Sarah, and I believe they might be talking about her in the Nathan vibes. Like, yeah, Sarah's vibes are crazy. Like, her and Nathan's vibes was kind of crazy. I thought that was her boyfriend, like, at first.
Same. Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird dynamic.
They had, like, kind of a creepy dynamic, a little.
Yeah, like she came out of the shower after she washed off all the blood, and she's just standing there in a towel, and he doesn't turn away like a brother probably should. Your sister standing there in just a towel, and I mean she is upset. He hugs her, but I mean there are all kinds of weird kind of incestuous vibes going on.
Yeah,
sure.
They definitely had a vibe there. And her, I don't know, he might have just been like really overprotective, maybe. I don't know. Because she does talk about how he saved her. But they have like a weird vibe. They somebody said children of from. I was thinking children of the corn kind of vibe they have. Like
Yeah.
her and Nathan. And Nathan was like this farmer type dude. You know what I'm saying? Where you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was just like
Yeah.
handy with the goats. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Yeah.
he was,
Yeah. He had the overalls on, and they
yeah.
both had this old timey, almost Amish look to them.
Right. She definitely looked like she be at the Amish market with the potato salad, selling the potato salad at the Amish market. She when I first saw her, I definitely got that kind of like Amish vibes. The show was giving that from the door though. You know what I'm
They
saying?
were.
It was giving that from the door. But the casting, I don't know. If they probably needed her to look like that, but she's pulling it off. She definitely pulls that part off. I don't.
Absolutely.
I mean, to the point to where I don't see them getting rid of her no time soon.
No, I agree with
I
you
don't
there.
see them getting rid of her
Too
no
important.
time soon. And the
I mean,
sad enough to say, like Fatima seems to be the nicest character. Like she's the most warmest character, and she's the most like loving and like if I was stuck in a place like that, that kind of vibe would calm me down and make me listen to what these people are saying. But
right.
yeah, I don't think that she means enough to us that if it is her that we would really I think it would just make things a lot interesting. Her death or Kenny's death would definitely make things interesting.
Right. And I mean, in the trailer, like we're already seeing something we've never seen before, which is, the monsters restraining somebody and making them watch while they do something, like restraining Boyd. So I don't think it would be too much of a stretch of the imagination for them to also be involving Sarah, forcing her to do something against her will. And it could be her screaming, but she doesn't end up dead. I don't think the entity wants her dead. Whatever evil entity or evil spirits are speaking to her, they wouldn't want to kill her. I don't think they would let the monsters kill her. The monsters we know are the tip of the spear. They're not the ones running things. I think they're mindless creatures, almost kind of like a hive mind, the way they all move in tandem a lot of the time. And I honestly don't think that they would kill her unless the entity wants her dead, and it's not done with her yet. I really think she's going to be sticking around.
I was laughing at
Mr.
Bojangles says, aren't Nathan and Sarah from an Amish type community? And he says, if there are any Amish in the chat, I apologize. I don't wish to draw any stereotypes. Well, I can tell you right now, if there's any Amish in the chat watching us at 153 EST, then they probably done left the Amish community already for the simple fact that they on the internet. And the simple fact that they on YouTube is watching something about From. I'm telling you, ain't no one Amish watching this show that's dedicated. If they Amish and they watching From or this YouTube channel, they already done left the community, bro.
I think it's safe to say.
Right.
Yeah, they can't even have their pictures taken. I mean, like cameras. I don't know what it is. Like something about their religion. They won't even allow anyone to take their pictures. So I highly doubt.
And
they're on the internet on a live stream.
That's right. That's dope. But I tell you, Dr. Deb asks Carrie, she says, what is your theory about Nathan's death being connected to the meat shortage? That's a very good question. What happened to the meat? I mean, I've watched this show several times, and I could have sworn I heard them saying that some of the monsters did something to some of the livestock there. If they didn't do anything to the livestock, or the livestock got free. They let the monsters left the gate open or something like that, and the livestock got out, or something happened to the livestock. But I do find
Yeah.
it kind of dope how if you notice that Bus brought in Brian and Kelly, and Brian
Right.
would have been like a good replacement for Nathan. He said he grew up on a farm, and I remember they threw that in there. And could it be possible that not only the bloodlines and or the associations bring people here, but maybe their capabilities and the things that they can do probably bring them there as well? Because you've got a doctor there, you've got somebody that could make pancakes out of tree bark. You know what I'm saying? Like
Oh, yeah. 100%.
you
Yeah.
know, so like people are being brought there based on their skill sets and stuff. You look at Boyd; he came there and made the biggest difference for years. You know,
Right.
so
I
maybe
mean, that was no accident. No way in hell. I mean, we heard his backstory. He was sent. He said himself he was sent to some of the worst hellholes on the planet with the most limited of resources, and he was Mr. Fish and Loaves.
because he was able to make it work.
Exactly. That's why he was brought here, to see what he could do, to test him, in my
Right,
opinion.
he was one of the
that
pieces.
was no accident.
He was one
Yeah.
of the pieces that they needed. So like there, I mean, that
Absolutely.
says a lot to do with the games and stuff that could be being played.
Definitely. Definitely. I mean, you would think they wouldn't want to bring in someone who could actually help these people, but maybe, I mean, some people have suggested there might be a good entity and a bad one that are kind of playing a game with each other and using these people as tools. So maybe a good entity is bringing people in, maybe a bad entity is bringing people in. I definitely think some kind of malevolent entity brought Sarah in, for sure. I think just to use her as a tool to, you know, as a traumatized girl, possibly someone who, I think we're going to find out she killed her ex. So I don't think there's any accident to the way that these people are brought here. I mean, we saw Marielle show up, Christy's fiance, just to screw things up for them. Like that wasn't random. That proves that these people are not brought here randomly, for sure. But
Yo, I'm reading the chat, right? They are in here tripping off of Nathan and her Nathan and Sarah. Yeah,
yeah.
Somebody saying that Nathan was in control of the meat.
Yeah, like what the hell happened with that? I mean, they're talking about how they have a food shortage because the soil is poisoned and they can't grow anything. Well, what about the meat? I don't think that was ever addressed. I don't recall that in the
That's
show.
what
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if I remember it or not, but I do think they addressed it. I don't know if I don't know if they said anything about the slow walkers letting the cattle out, or somebody let the gate open and they got out, or they killed them,
yeah.
or they killed a bunch of them, or something like that happened. I believe. I don't remember.
I
But
gotta go back and look into that because that doesn't make sense. You know, this food shortage thing, that hadn't even occurred to me. They still should have livestock. I mean, yeah. Anyway,
yeah, and Mr. Bojangles just said, "What does Sarah mean when she said it's good that he's not here anymore?" In reference to her boyfriend. Yes,
yeah,
that was what you
yeah,
were saying about how him not being there no more. I mean, she
yeah.
obviously wasn't talking about him being in From anymore. She was probably talking about him being in existence. She probably killed his
Exactly.
ass And just like
Yeah.
Father Kotri had killed somebody, soon as they got in the car with Nathan, she was out. He was probably trying to protect her, you know,
Mhm.
and they ended up in Frumlin, just like Father Kotri. He had killed somebody. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, and he said, for the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God. I don't think it was the voice of God. I think somehow one of these voices spoke to him from this, whatever this dimension is where they are.
Right, just how
Um,
they had information about Brian Kelly.
yep.
They had the
Yep.
information about Brian Kelly. Who else said they heard voices? Somebody else said they heard voices, but Sarah hears voices, so it could be those same voices. But Kenny's father heard voices.
Yeah, and they chalked it up to his dementia, but what if it wasn't? I mean,
What
what
if?
if
Yeah, because that's how they ended up in Frumlin. He left. Something told him to leave the house. He left the house,
yeah,
and when they went to go get him, they went and got him, and on the way back home, that's how they ended up in Frumlin.
yeah, you know what? It's all clicking now. I mean, it makes sense. And if he already was starting to have dementia, then he'd be an easy target for those voices. And I mean, that's exactly how they ended up there. They went after him, and then they never made it back home.
Well,
So,
Dr. Deb asked a question. She says, I may be remembering incorrectly, but didn't Boyd just randomly find individual livestock in the forest? Well, he
yeah,
did. Yes and no, because he found a goat. However, he said
yeah,
that he couldn't catch the chickens that were out there too. And Father Kotri looks
right.
at him and says, "There's chickens out there in the forest." Like,
Yeah.
I know he was thinking about some fried chicken and some good old chicken salad or some damn. He was ready to go. You know, Father Kotri is
Right.
hungry. You know these people got to be hungry. They be. I'm tripping off of how Donna maintained her weight.
Right. Like what the hell were they eating for all the time? I mean, before Boyd got there,
Well,
I
I
mean, no
mean,
one ever found livestock before. All they had was things they could grow.
right. And even that, like, how could they have been growing stuff and before Boyd found the talisman?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
I guess they could have
I
had
don't
some.
know.
I guess they could have had some gardens and stuff set up. Some people making dugouts for the hiding spaces, and other people getting it down with the food and planting the food.
Right.
I wonder if there was some cannibalism going
Oh God. You never know. I mean, in all the years that this place has been there, and no one ever thought to find livestock in the woods. No one ever explored the woods. I mean,
on. And hell,
it
when
might
the
have been a
slow
time
walkers
people
get
got
a hold,
desperate.
and when the slow walkers get a hold of somebody, I mean, they pretty much prep the whole meal for them. Is all you got to do is cook it.
Right? That's
I mean,
true.
you got
I mean, they
ribs.
get
You
desperate
got
enough.
ribs. You got your leg out here. You got your it's already butchered.
It's almost like they're inviting this to happen. Like, hey, see what we can make these people desperate enough to do. Like, go full cannibal.
And I mean, that's not far fetched. I mean, Yellow Jackets touched on some cannibalism. So, and Yellow Jackets
Hey,
did it in the craziest way.
yeah, yeah, that one I have not. People have been saying that's great. I need to check that out.
Oh man, I wish I could watch Yellow Jackets over again for the first time. Yeah, you should go
Yeah.
watch Yellow Jackets is good. Have you watched Severance?
Oh my God, Severance. Honestly, one of the most genius shows I've ever seen. Finally, a creative, original concept. It's not some reboot or remake or rehashed old ideas. It's just amazing show. Absolutely love it.
Yes, it does take eggs to make those pancakes, and I love Severance. Severance
and From are probably the best joints on TV right now.
Absolutely,
Then I
100%.
say Dark Matters up in the mix. Um, you have what was it? The Outer Range, that was fire. All of those kind of mystery shows like that. I don't know. Did y'all see a show called Devs?
What is it called?
Devs, DEVS.
No, I haven't even heard of that one.
Yes, that one was crazy. That one was like, yeah, that one's crazy. It was a mystery. It was a real good one. There was another one. There's a couple of them, Electric Dreams, and they were like a series of different standalones.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love this kind of thing. Like anything mysterious that really makes you think. It makes you like. I actually take notes. I get so deep in the weeds with it. I love shows that make you think.
yes,
Anything mystery,
yes,
thriller.
indeed. Sophie L's right. I could tell that you would love Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I need to watch this for sure. I need a new show to watch. Shows are too short now. I mean, we get 8 to 10 episodes, 12 if we're really lucky, and then it's over, and you got to find something else. And I miss the days when you had 20 something episodes in a season.
Yeah, but I
know?
mean, and it's crazy because even those 20 episodes are longer screen time than what we're getting today with our episodes.
Yeah.
We get like an
Yeah.
hour long, 45 to an hour long episode, 45 minutes or so, and it's only 8 of them or it's only 10 of them. I hate the ones that are 10 because it's like, man, you could have threw 12 in there. Like,
Right? Like, come
you know what I
on.
mean? Like,
Especially a show with complexity as From. Just imagine how much more they could delve into with a larger count of episodes. Like, they need that. Like, I think that's why season 2 struggled with the writing a lot because, like you said, I think they had to cut too much out. They just didn't have enough space to give this breathing room to the storylines.
okay,
Frustrating.
Sophie L says she started watching Devs, but didn't finish it. Devs is dope. Yeah, that's on FX.
I'm gonna have to
Yellow
check into
Jackets
that.
is fire. Yellow Jackets is definitely fire.
Yeah.
Electric Dreams is on Amazon. That's fire. Electric
That
Dreams
one
is
I haven't heard of.
that one is like a bunch of different standalones and
like an anthology series.
yeah, it's sort of like it's Amazon's answer to Black Mirror kind of.
Yeah. Oh, I love that kind of thing. I love anthology series like that. I'm still waiting for someone to equal the genius that was the Twilight Zone, and like there's never been a show to equal that in my opinion in that genre of
the Outer Limits was the closest thing you'd ever get, but they couldn't top the Twilight Zone.
No.
They actually bit a lot of ideas off of the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, they did. They went more towards the sci-fi route, and Twilight Zone I think was more fantasy, mystery. Like I don't even know what genre you would label that, but it was just genius, absolute genius. And they've tried remaking it, and the best remake was Jordan Peele's. I mean, you can never equal the original, but he did a good job with his.
Oh my goodness. Carrie asked a real good question. We back on Sarah. I don't know. I might have to do a video about Sarah because we are really pointing out some stuff with Sarah. Okay, so she says, Real, what do you think about Sarah being so eager to bury the Reggie's girl? I think her name was Paula. I think something will come from that. Now, here's my thoughts on that. I think now we were talking about Sarah might be hiding something. She could be lying. She's not really to be trusted. Let's not forget how mean Paula and Reggie were to Sarah when she went to go find her brother's stuff. She found her brother's jacket and all of that,
Yeah.
and how
And
mean they
they
were
were
to Sarah.
vicious.
Yeah, they were like,
Yeah.
"What the hell are you doing in here?" Like they went off on her, and
She wouldn't
then
even let her have her brother's jacket back. All she wanted
right,
was his jacket.
and then what did we see happen? She bust open.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So there could be something up with Sarah. Now I definitely think there's something up with Donna. I don't think that she's necessarily evil, but I don't think that
No.
she's necessarily I shouldn't say good, but I don't think that she's telling the whole truth. I don't think she's being open and honest. I think she has a
Right.
tendency to hide things from people. And
Yeah.
she's always walking around with her hands in her pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's wondering what's in Donna's pockets, and
Maybe
I
some
never
sort of
even.
amulet or something that she rubs on.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, she was real eager to shut Jim up about the voice on the radio, and I mean, like she seemed really convinced that the radio tower was a waste of time. She didn't want, like, she really doesn't seem to want to leave at all. And she had this interesting exchange with Dale, who's her real life husband, where she said, he was basically saying like, oh, they're off there building their magical tower, and she said, some people need to have a little hope here, And it was like the two of them both knew that this thing was pointless.
Right. And so she could be feeding the place some hope.
Yeah.
She could be
Yeah.
feeding the place some hope. She could have been feeding it. Like, okay, this
Yeah.
place needs some hope. So I'm not going to break no hopes down. I'm going to let them get their hopes up with feeding this place real quick. She also,
Interesting.
right, because she also is giving people a false hope with the food. Like she's very adamant about keeping this secret about the food.
Yeah, that did not sit right with me. She just, I mean, that's a really important thing to keep to yourself, and I just, I wonder about that. Like, why is she so eager to hide things? Why is she so secretive? I mean, she's got this framed picture of her and her sister, but we never actually saw a flashback. All we have to go on is her word on what happened. I mean, we don't know for sure. We can't know for sure.
I have to. Oh my goodness,
She's
Mr. Bojangles brings up something real dope about the old black and white Twilight Zone. It was the best. The black and white Twilight Zone was the best
Oh,
one.
hell yeah.
I mean,
Can't even compare with the others.
Right. The stories. Now, the acting isn't as good as actors of today. I think actors of today can act a lot better. Like, however, because it's just like how basketball players can play better than the basketball players from back then. Like, we get better with stuff. However, I think the stories had a certain originality to them that is unmatched to what we see today. Like, people are not as original. People are more inspired through the evolution. You know what I'm saying? And he talks about, remember that episode where the people find themselves in a bottle-like structure and they start theorizing if they're dead or in hell. He said it was from before from.
Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
indeed.
5 characters in search of an exit. That's one of the most famous episodes. I mean, it's genius. They spend the whole time wondering how they got there, how they can get out, but they don't even know what they're trying to get out of. Just like in From, Jade says in the beginning, we're trying to find a way out, but how can we find a way out if we don't even know where we are? We don't know where here is, he says. I mean, that's a Twilight Zone concept. That's why I fell in love with this show.
Yes.
I mean, You know, there's actually an episode of the Twilight Zone where there's a couple who wake up in a town they can't escape from, and they drive or they go around and around in circles, and they keep coming
Yes.
back into the town. That's, I
remember.
mean, that's From too.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to get a good master class on mystery, horror, those kind of vibes, like those Twilight Zone vibes. I mean, you got to go back to the black and white version, the original Twilight Zone. The stories in there were so crazy. Like,
oh God, yeah. The twist endings just blew your mind.
What is the one?
Phenomenal.
What is the one? It was a recent movie about a man and his wife, and it starts off like he's like getting a dead bird that fell out the tree, and then they end up going to look at a house for rent, and the realtor leaves them there, and then they can't find their way out. Somebody will say it in the chat in a little bit because of the delay, but yeah, that one was a crazy. That one sounds like the one you just described from the Twilight Zone.
How recent was this movie? Was it like really recent? Because there's one I'm thinking of that has a similar concept. I think it was called Vivarium.
That's it. Vivarium.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That one was crazy.
That was a mind fuck.
Yeah, that shit
really
started going crazy. The kid sounded like a grown ass man. That shit was crazy, yo. Oh my God.
It was. That messed me up. That was really unsettling, that movie.
What was the one movie? Oh, you talking about movies that messed me up? This movie messed me the fuck up. This movie had me like, yo, I don't ever want to see this guy in a movie. I don't ever want to watch a movie with this guy in it ever again. This shit scared the shit out of me. It was the movie with Ethan Hawke where he played the mom, the dad, and the child.
Oh my God.
But it wasn't like he played them like the Clumps or no shit like the Nutty Professor. It was he played the actual people. He was the mom, and he had some kind of like, he was born like a, hermaphrodite, and like they were able to change his sex, and it was all kind of crazy shit. So he was the mom and the dad. Because they put him in a time machine, and he went back and got the mom pregnant. He went back and got himself pregnant before they did the sex change on him. But that was the baby, though. But he was also the baby.
Oh my God! I mean, that's a more twisted family tree than the show Dark did. I don't know if you've seen the German show Dark, but
somebody told me to go watch Dark. I think it was on Netflix. I tried to watch the first episode. I couldn't really link in.
Oh, I was the same way. I watched the first one and dropped it for a while because it has a slow start. After a couple episodes, it hooks you. I mean, it is mind-blowing. One of the best series I have ever seen. It was a masterpiece. Highly recommend. But it has some really twisted time travel, family tree, like mind fuckery, like this movie you were describing. That's what it made me think of.
Oh yeah, okay. AHS fell off a long time ago. It lost me with the 1984 joint with the trying to be like Jason and shit like that. I couldn't even get through the first episode. I was like, man, this is trash. But
yeah,
from the very first season, I mean, they was knocking it out the box. The first season was so weird but dope. Like,
I know.
And all the way up to Coven and all those other episodes, like the one with the sideshow people and shit like that, or the
Freak Show was great.
Freak Show,
yeah,
that one was dope. Like all those episodes, all those seasons were dope, and then they just started falling off. I even think the Roanoke one was pretty good too.
I liked that too. I don't know why a lot of people hated that one. I liked it.
Yes, Predestination is the name of that Ethan Hawke movie. That shit is crazy.
I gotta check that out. I've never heard of that one.
You gotta go see that shit. If anything that we have suggested to watch tonight that you was going to watch that one first. Predestination. That shit is fucking crazy. It was really good too. But when they revealed what the hell was going on, I was just like, yo, I'm out.
That sounds like a mind fuck for sure. I love that kind of thing. That's right up my alley. So I will be checking that one out. I mean, you guys everyone has brought up so many great suggestions tonight. It's been awesome.
Yes, the season with Lady Gaga. Yeah.
I love that Hotel. Hotel was really good.
I love that one. Yes, with the kids in the bottom. Yeah. Oh,
I thought that was fantastic. That was one of my favorites. Not everybody really was into it, but I thought it was great.
Yeah, the Predestination.
One of the best.
Yeah, okay. So it says, I peeped that Dirty Corn. You said the Predestination. Yeah, that movie is so crazy. So you got to check that one out. And another one I said you got to check out, which was what was the other one to check out? Electric Dreams is pretty cool. Sounds like you'll like Electric Dreams.
Yeah.
Another one is Tales from the Loop.
What is that? Tales from what?
Tales from the Loop. That one was pretty good too, and it was kind of like a time travel kind of a vibe too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tales from the Loop. That's on Amazon.
See, like there are so many streaming services now, so many shows that it's like it's you got to rely on recommendations to find these things. It's crazy. There's so much out there. Before, when you had just a few networks on TV and some cable channels, it was easy. And now you got
had like less than 50 shows out.
Right? Now you got to dig to find these things.
Right.
I
now
gotta
it's
write
like
this stuff
thousands
down.
of shows plus all of the old shit. Like people still telling me to go watch Lost, and I'm like, I don't know. How many seasons is that?
It's six seasons, I think. But there are a couple that are short because there was a writer's strike and it screwed things up. So there are a couple that are just like under 20 episodes, maybe 14, 15 episode seasons or something. But I mean, it's really, there are people who absolutely loved the ending and people who hated the ending. They're still diehard fans of the show. I'm enjoying it, and it gives you insight into From because Jack Bender worked on both, and so there are similar themes. It gives you really valuable insight when you're a big fan of From. I think it's definitely worth a watch.
I started watching it and I got up to the part to where they went somewhere and I think they killed like an animal or some shit.
Oh yeah. It was still early.
It was real early, like not even nowhere near half the first season. I just couldn't really get into it that much.
Yeah, I mean, I had trouble at first too. I picked it up. I watched a few episodes and I dropped it. But then, I mean, by the end, like by the middle of season 1, I was hooked. Like you gotta kind of hang in there. It's heavy on flashbacks. I wish there weren't so many flashbacks, to be honest. Every single episode in the first 2 seasons, you've got like half of it is flashbacks on different characters. So you got to get used to that format. But
okay,
but the mystery is, I mean, there's just insane, batshit crazy things happening all the time, and You know, I love that kind of thing. So, I mean, I just kind of tolerate the flashback part. It's not really, it gives you insight into the characters. I just feel like maybe they should have, like, pulled back on it after a certain point and focused on the mystery. But
Okay, so I see a couple second recommendations for Dark. I'm definitely gonna try Dark out. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna go back, give it a shot.
Oh, you have to. You got to. I'm telling you, like, you will not regret it. Like, if I could recommend one show over any other, it would be Dark. I mean, it was this writer and director, husband and wife team that did the whole thing. They planned out 3 seasons. They mapped out the whole mystery box, and it was just perfect. I mean, as close to perfect as you're gonna get. You get, like, really big reveals, and every time you think, oh my God, this is mind-blowing, like, there's another layer to the mystery that blows your mind again and again. It's just when you think you've got it figured out, they just blow it up again. It's insane, and it's so well done. It's not easy to do time travel well, and they nail it. I mean, I think you'll really love it. You just have to kind of get through the first couple episodes till it really picks up, and yeah, I don't think you'll regret it. Trust me, like, phenomenal.
Did you watch The Fall of House Usher?
No, actually, I've heard that was good though.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It had like a horror vibe to it as well. You know, kind of like some ghost type shit going on, family curses. Yeah, it was pretty good. I loved a lot of the dialogue. They said a lot of dope shit. Yeah,
Nice. Yeah.
that was definitely a good one. I was surprised because it just had that Netflix goofy color palette to it. You know,
Right.
it just didn't seem like it was gonna be a good one, but it actually was good. And I'm gonna watch Dark. I'm definitely gonna go back and watch Dark. And I've been told so many times that I gotta check that out. When I first started the channel, people were suggesting that to me.
Oh yeah. Like, it's just wild. And the nice thing about it is, I mean, the hardest thing about writing mystery for TV is you don't know for sure how many seasons you're going to get. So it's just a balancing act. How much do you reveal and when? And they reveal just enough. They give you answers along the way to keep you intrigued and satisfied, but they don't give away the whole thing. They keep the biggest mystery till the very end. So definitely worth it. And watch with the like, in the original German, I would recommend, not the dubbed version, because that's just goofy. It's worth it to read the subtitles. The dubbed version is terrible.
Oh, I watch anime, so I'm used to reading the subtitles. I love the Japanese original soundtrack and everything, and I love.
Oh
reading. Yeah. So I'll be into that. I like reading movies. Yeah,
definitely.
Yes, indeed. So so we've had a great stream tonight. I thank you.
Oh my God.
This has been a wonderful call. Please tune in with me again. I'm about to.
I would love to.
I'm about to end the stream. I think we've been going for about 5.5 hours. That's pretty good.
Oh my God. I was just going to say, I cannot believe how long I've been on the phone with you.
Oh, it's all good. We could, as you're like me, you could talk about these shows. I mean, we enjoy this. I could talk about these shows all day, especially From.
Same.
I could talk about From all day long. Like, I mean, if I really had like a good think tank of like people like you, the people in the chat, and we could sit down and talk about it, I think we figure out some stuff because
absolutely
the right mix of theories, you know, we start like Carrie just brought a really good one out about Sarah, and that was very interesting because not only that, she was real, she was treated very badly by Paula and them. And what if she made that happen?
it is possible. That is a fantastic point that I hadn't considered. This is why it's so awesome to have this discourse with other fans, because this is a puzzle that, like, we need different the insights from different people to kind of contribute to it and try to figure this out. But that's a fantastic point.
Yes, indeed, it is. And like Dr. Deb says, like she said, I might be stuck on dark and want to drop some analysis on that. So yeah,
I bet you will.
I'm definitely gonna do some more live streams on shows that I haven't had time to sit down and actually like script stuff and edit and all of that. So we will definitely have a place to sit and talk about them. You know what I mean? So
That's fantastic.
but
Yeah,
I oh, go ahead. Not to cut you off.
No, I was just gonna say you're doing awesome. I'm really glad to see you getting this channel going, doing live streams, and I'm gonna check out all your videos. Like you'd have so much insight. I just love your perspective, and the points that you bring out, the nuances that I hadn't considered. Just loving it, man. So thank you so much for having me on. I cannot believe how much time it's been out. I mean, it went by so fast. Just a great conversation. So
Yes,
thank
it
you.
does go by fast. I'm learning that now. Like, and it gets kind of addicting. I love this actually. And I appreciate
Right?
you and everybody else for coming. But we about to chop it for tonight. And we'll get into it next time. I hope you guys tune in with me. And just a little something to think about while we wait